Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Arcturus and Gauntlet of Gryffindor? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry had reached the Black Town house minutes after he had left King's Cross. As soon as he had stepped out of the flow, he was picked up by Sirius Black, who had hugged him tight. "Are you fine?" "Harry, Sirius, I am fine. Nothing happened to me. And what are you doing here early?" "I am also here, pup," said Remus, who was sitting in one of the chairs and eating an enormous slab of chocolate. "What are you both doing here?" Harry asked. "I mean, Grand Uncle had sent you to different errands, hadn't he?" "Yes, I was in Germany and Moony was in Shanghai. When we heard the news that you had been involved in an incident at Hogwarts. We came as fast as we could, but Grandfather told us that the threat had passed." "I am fine, really," he assured both men. "Tell us everything," Sirius said. "We want to know." So Harry started telling them everything from the time that he had stepped in the school to the moment that he had defeated Voldemort. "Harry, you should have told us that you were facing so much at school," said Sirius. "We could have helped you." "How?" Harry asked him. "By confronting Snape. By asking Dumbledore." "Dumbledore already knew what you were up to," said Arcturus Orion Black, who had just came in, "and he knew that you had expressed your disdain towards possessing such a dangerous artifact. He was sure that you will not try to go for the stone, and even then he was staying at Hogwarts to confront Voldemort until he had to leave for a mandatory session of the ICW. Snape may have been a Death Eater in the past, but this time he was actually trying to protect the stone from its falling in Voldemort's hands. He stopped Quirrell plenty of time from going after the stone all the year. I would give him the benefit of doubt this time." Harry lunged for the man and hugged him. "How are you, Grand Uncle?" The man chuckled. "I was good, and now I will be great now that you are home. We leave for the tournament in 2 weeks' time." Harry nodded. "I would like that. I will let others know." Little trouble. It was the next day when Harry was still in bed when someone jumped on his bed and started pummeling him. "Get up. Get up, lazy bones, we have a lot to do." Grumbling, Harry opened his eyes and yelped. Astoria Greengrass was pummeling him, and he knew his day was going to go as the younger girl wanted. "Tori, what are you doing here so early?" he asked. She giggled. "It is mid-noon, Harry. It is not early. Wake up. We are going to amusement park." He sat up suddenly. "You have been to an amusement park before?" She eagerly nodded. "Yes, I have. Mother took me once a year ago. Uncle Moony was telling us that we can go today if you are up and ready within an hour. Daphne has bet that you won't be ready, and I have 5 galleons riding on it. Now hurry up." Harry laughed. "All right, I will be down in 20 minutes. She huffed. "You better. And I going to piggyback you today, and I am not taking no for an answer." Bringing into the fold, Arthur Weasley was fretting. The reason for his skittish behavior was a letter he had received from one Arcturus Orion Black. Now, he really had no reason to fear Arcturus Orion Black, because the Lord of Black was his mother's brother, but the fact that his mother had been ousted from the House of Black and Arcturus hadn't moved a finger did not sit well with him. The letter had been short and direct. "Arthur Weasley, I know I have had no reason to communicate to you, seeing that you are my sister's son who was banished from the family for marrying your father. It is also understood that you may be feeling resentful towards me for not doing anything about it when there was chance. You also have reasons to not to meet me, for House Black stood aside, while other ancient and most noble houses acted against your house, stripping it of its place on the Wizengamot. There is nothing I can say that will make you forget the past and to move on. I have no excuse for not having acted in the past, and for what good it may do, I apologize for my inactiveness. It has also come to my knowledge that my heir Hadrian Potter Black has taken a liking to your youngest son, Ronald Bilius Weasley, and they are best mates at school. I also had the occasion to meet your other children during the Christmas holidays last year, and I was positively delighted with them. In a way, I have seen the shadow of Cinderella in your children, and I am somewhat glad that she did what she wanted without caring about the consequences of the act. I am writing this letter to you for I desire an audience with you and your charming wife, Molly Weasley née Pruitt. My sister Lucretia was fond of her and often told me how Molly Weasley is a kind woman. Please let me know if I can visit your seat of residence on coming Friday at about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black. Arthur had sent a reply to the Lord of Black that he was amenable to a visit from him and now was waiting for the flow to roar. The flow roared behind him, and out of the emerald flames stepped out Arcturus Orion Black. Arthur had seen him many times over the years and knew him well enough by sight. He also knew that Arcturus was the reason that Amelia Bones had become the Minister of Magic. Knowing the difference between their status, Arthur bowed low to him. Lord Black, welcome to the seat of residence of House of Weasley. Arthur nodded. Thank you for agreeing to host me, Arthur of Weasley. Then Arcturus walked up to Molly Weasley, taking her hand and pretended to kiss her knuckles, who said, Lord Black, welcome to the Burrow. Arcturus replied, thank you, Lady Weasley. Arthur spluttered, we are not lords anymore. Arcturus waved him off. It is irrelevant, Lord Weasley. Even though the Wizengamot stripped you off your seat, but it does not change the fact that you are the head of a pureblood family which has held the status of ancient and noble house in the past. With that, Arthur led him to the sofa. He was utterly conscious of the fact that nothing in his house could match to what Arcturus Black was used to. However, the old wizard looked comfortable. Arthur, may I call you Arthur? He said, you have a very charming house. It has the feeling of a well-used house. It feels more homely than many houses I have been to. This house smells of family. Arthur smiled. Thank you, Lord Black. Please call me Arcturus, if you will, said he. By then, Mrs. Weasley had brought refreshments for the Black Lord. Please don't trouble yourself on my account, Molly. It is no trouble at all, said Molly. The Black Lord took some time before answering. Arthur, I am here today to do something that I should have done ages ago. Due to my cowardice and my reluctance, I did not act in time, and my sister had to be ousted from the House of Black when she had done nothing wrong. Arcturus, it has been long since then and the old wounds have been forgotten, said Arthur. Please let bygones be bygones. You have a big heart that you can let it be gone. I guess that is your father's innate goodness speaking, he said, smiling. Still, I wish to restore your mother on the family tree and to make your family line as a cadet line to House Black. What is the catch, Lord Black? Asked Mrs. Weasley. I know that you never do something out of goodness of your heart. Aunt Lucretia told me at least that. There is really no catch, said Arcturus. I am just undoing the wrongs perpetrated by Orion Phineas Black. And the fact that I have grown fond of your children and I had told them that they are my family. Now do you agree to me doing it? They looked at each other in their eyes, glances were exchanged and understanding passed between them before Arthur turned to him. I agree, Lord Black. Arcturus smiled. Then let's get it done with. Arthur sat on his knees before Arcturus, who had taken out his wand. Do you, Arthur Septimus Weasley, agree to you and your family's admittance back into the House of Black? Yes, Lord Black. Do you, Arthur Septimus Weasley, swear to serve House Black with your full dedication and will? I do. Do you, Arthur Septimus Weasley, swear to serve the family as the family will serve you? I do. Then I, Lord Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of the House Black by the will of the Adder, legitimize the marriage of Cinderella Weasley née Black and Septimus Weasley and welcome you and your family in the House of Black. Henceforth, House Weasley will be Cadet Lynn E of House of Black and you will under the protection of House Black. Rise, Arthur Septimus Weasley. Arthur rose, proud yet gratitude in his eyes, and Arcturus was summoning his elf, Travistor. An elf appeared and said in deep baritone voice, Master called Travistor. Get me those documents which are on my table in the office, he said. Travistor appeared a few seconds later with a roll of parchment and disappeared as he handed it to Arcturus. Arcturus gave those documents to Arthur. Arthur, I know you are proud like your father and you may not like it, but I want you to accept these documents. There is a manor house in Devon which I would have given to Cinderella in dowry. I want you to accept the title deeds of this manor. Arthur tried to refuse, but Arcturus said, I insist, Arthur. Don't deny a small pleasure to your uncle. Arthur accepted those documents without a word when Arcturus put it that way. Then Arcturus turned to Molly, now where are my grandchildren? You are friend. It was first week in the holidays that Harry was welcoming a guest on the flow. Isabel McDougall had decided to visit him after he sent an invitation and the flow addressed to her. Isabel, welcome to Black Townhouse, he said. As he led her to the sitting room, Sirius was coming down the stairs. Well, if I were you then I would be sneaking my lady friend to my room for some alone time. Are you wish for you to see her and approve her for you, pup? Isabel answered him, Sirius Black, charmer as ever yet I see for an heir has done nothing to improve your sense of humor. You wound me, young lady, Sirius said, pouting. You always make me question that whether I was the best marauder or not. Quit bantering with the child, growled Arcturus, who had stepped out of the flow. Get your backside into action. Your horizontal alley meeting is waiting for you. Isabel turned to her and said respectfully, Lord Black, it is an honor to meet you. He nodded respectfully. It is an honor to host you beneath my roof, young lady. Will you work for me? Arthur, I am amazed, said Sirius, who was visiting the Weasley patriarch. You are amazing at enchanting. I mean the sea. Harms that you have done on that car are so mind-blowing. I could not do that many on my motorcycle. Arthur smiled. You are being kind, Sirius. You did that many enchantments on the motorcycle while you were 18 for Merlin's sake. Arthur, I was thinking that I gotta open shop down in Nocturne Alley before the summer turns. I am but one man and I can't enchant stuff quick enough to keep the shelves occupied, and I have been looking for help. Are you offering me a job? Arthur Weasley asked, an eyebrow raised in question. Merlin, we are cousins and I wouldn't look to offer you a job as an employee. What I have in mind is a partnership for you. I am listening, said Arthur. I know the ministry offers you measly 250 galleons a month. For the first year I will give you 500 galleons a month and 10% of all the profit that my business will generate. In the second year, I will give you a raise and pay 600 galleons a month and 12% of all the profits, Sirius said, presenting his offer. I know it is not much considering your talent, but that is what I will be able to afford. Grandfather has strictly told me that I can't touch the black fortune beyond what he has already given me in establishing this business. No, Sirius. This is more than a decent offer, Arthur said, and the fact that I can do all the time what I love the most will be an added bonus. Are you in then? Sirius asked hopefully. Yes, I am in, said Arthur. Fangirl, lad, I have brought the Weasleys in the fold of the family, informed Arcturus to his heir. It is very nice gesture, Grand uncle, but I don't understand your reasons behind it, said Harry. What do you mean? He asked. Grand uncle, from what I understand, you are not one to do anything without a reason. In fact, our whole life has been built around this premise, so exactly why you did this. Sometimes, we do some things without any reason, explained the older wizard, maybe because it is the right thing to do. I did wrong to them when I stood by while Cinderella was banished. I did not move a finger when House Weasley was humiliated and they were stripped of their honor on the Wizengamot. It is now I realize how important family is. They are descendants of my late sister, and the best I can do is to give back to them what is theirs. So it is about increasing about your voting block, said Harry. The seats previously held by the House of Weasley were given to the Selwyns by Malfoys. Being the seat of an ancient and noble house, it carries lot of clout behind it. Arcturus laughed. I have taught you well, haven't I? Of course you did, Grand Uncle, said Harry. What are my instructions now? No specific instructions, but since young Ron is your friend, should not you at least visit him? Yes, Grand Uncle, he said, stepping through the fireplace, throwing in a pinch of flow powder and calling, the burrow. Harry exited the fire, startling the Weasley boys who were sitting around the dining table, eating lunch. Harry, said Ron, picking up his friend, what are you doing here? Visiting my friends, said Harry casually. What do you think I am doing here? Who are you, young man? said Molly Weasley, who had come to them as she heard the flow roar. Harry walked to her, did his proper curtsy as a gentleman. Lady Weasley, Hadrian Potter Black at your service. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Ron's description of his mother's magnificence falls short of words now that I have met you in person. Mrs. Weasley smiled. Ron had told me that you are a gentleman but not that you have perfect manners. Please join us for breakfast. Harry nodded. It will be my pleasure. The spread on your table can resemble a small feast considering we don't do our meals this way at Black Townhouse. What do you mean? She asked. To her mind, the House of Black meant lavishness, extravagance and showing off their wealth. To think that they would not splurge on their food was unthinkable. Oh, I mean it's not that we starve but rather that we don't usually ask our elves to cook so much variety in any of the meals except when we are having guests. As she loaded his plate, Harry was talking to Ron. Lord Black told me that your home had a feeling of family to it, but I feel like you are vacating this place. Mrs. Weasley answered, when Lord Black took us back into the family he also gave us deeds to a manor. What he did not tell us was that this manor belonged to House Weasley when we had our place on the Wizengamot. The manor had been sold to House Rosier. I guess he brought it back from them. Arthur wanted us to shift in that place and he has others plans for this place now that he is working with Sirius and being paid more than what he was being paid at the ministry. Harry nodded and opened his mouth to say something when a girl came running down the stairs. Mom, where are my sneak? Eep. She yelped loudly and ran back the stairs as her eyes found Hadrian Potter Black. She of course knew how Hadrian Potter Black looked like. Ron had brought many photos home at the end of the year. And she had not it in herself to be able to talk to herself. As she ran up, Harry asked Ron, what did I do? Ginny has been talking all about you, Ron said, his ears turning pink. It is ridiculous. I have told her to get over it but she doesn't understand. She has read those books, hasn't she? Harry asked in horror. Yep, all of them, said one of the twins. Too many times, added the other. Can even tell you quotes. Any page, anything, you just need to ask. They finished together, and she can't even talk to me. Harry asked. I hate fangirls, he grumbled inwardly. Some unknown island, somewhere near Greece. The island where the tournament took place was not very big but lacked nothing in its lavishness. It was big enough to house a small town and it was invisible to everyone. Wards and charms around the place ended it from the eyes of muggles and wizards alike. It had been put under the invisibility charms and barriers sometime before the International Statute of Secrecy came into being and it belonged to no one. The ICW had the ownership of the place and run the place according to its whims. The island had hotels, inns, bars, restaurants, arenas and stadiums for recreational activities like hippogriff racing, magical duels etc. The Under-14 tournament, which was hosted every year by the ICW, was one of the 3 prime events of the year and during which the rush was at its peak. The best thing about the island was that it was unfloatable and was one of the places that was haven for wizards and magical folk alike. ICW gave licenses for a year to merchants to set up shops on the island and leased spaces to advertise their businesses. Arcturus Orion Black, through some of his contacts at the ICW and with gold, had successfully licensed a building on the island which was going to act as an outlet for Potter potions, Padfoot trinkets and Prongs sporting goods. Padfoot Trinkets was a shop set up to sell the products which had been developed by Sirius since he had completed his apprenticeship in Germany and was ready to open his shop in Diagon Alley. House Black owned many parcels of land in Nocturne Alley on which has been rented to many wizards, but Arcturus had them evacuate and then hired a team of workers to break the existing structure and to remake a new building in its place. It was there that Sirius's shop will start. There was only one sporting goods store in Diagon Alley, and it was named Quality Quidditch Supplies. Arcturus had his manager inquire into the business dealings of the shop and found that since it enjoyed a monopoly due to being the only sporting goods shop, it was overcharging the customers. Seeing his opportunity, Arcturus had his manager register a business in the name of Hadrian Potter Black and styled as Prongs Sporting Goods. The goods produced by them were cheaper and durable. The secret of them providing cheaper goods was that Arcturus had once invested his money in the outfit which manufactured Quidditch paraphernalia and kept investee. Until he had enough stakes in the company and now was getting the goods at a reasonable rate to sell to the public. Potter Potions was distinctly working under Remus Lupin had been oscillating bet. Weem London and wherever he had been in his travels. He had employed 5 potions masters and 15 apprentices to manufacture potions initially. He was also working on advertising the company overseas. As the embargo placed on him, Potter Potions was not dealing in the most commonly prepared potions which were dealt with by Greengrass Potions. In fact, Arcturus had gave his word to Lord Greengrass House Potter would not enter into a business conflict with House Greengrass. They had arrived 2 days before the tournament was set to start. Harry had thought that it would just be him, Neville, the Greengrasses with Sirius, Remus, Arcturus and Augusta, but he had not counted upon the old wizard's craftiness. Arcturus Orion Black had invited all the Weasleys. Arcturus had insisted that the Weasleys visit with him to the island, but only the Weasley children and Arthur Weasley had come. Molly stayed back because there were things to be done at the Weasley Manor. Harry had no idea what was on the mind of the old wizard with this move. Sure, he was a sentimentalist, but going so far as to invite them to join them for the championship was a stretch. He, however, had nothing to complain for. It gave him more friends for the summer. There were no reactions from any of the Weasleys about the presence of Greengrasses. They all knew about them, and Astoria and Ginny had struck fast friendship among themselves. Astoria was having time of her life where she would stay glued to Harry all the time, or she would be talking to Ginny. Harry had no idea what they talked about until he stumbled in on them one, and to his horror, he found that Astoria was telling everything about him to Ginny. His friends, however, found it difficult to get his attention. Astoria claimed all of his free time, and he spent that either playing with her, giving her a piggyback ride, or tell her about his first year at Hogwarts. He also adored her, and she felt to him like the little sister that he never had. As it was, she considered him a brother and treated him as such. In the 2 weeks since Arthur had been brought back to the House of Black, Sirius had struck fast friendship with the Weasley patriarch. Arthur's fascination with all things Muggle and his talent with enchantment had made Sirius offer Arthur a job. Arthur knew much of enchanting and had even enchanted an old Ford Anglia. Arthur Weasley W. as the head of Department of Prevention of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, and had written most of the laws concerning them and was being forced to rewrite them in response to the motion passed a few months ago. Sirius knew what he was paid by the Ministry and that Arthur was miserable in that position. Due to his fascination for Muggles and Muggle-related things, he was sidelined at the Ministry. That was the reason that Sirius had snatched him from the Ministry, and since then they had tirelessly worked to get things rolling. "Gentle wizards and witches," boomed Sirius's voice from the purple megaphone on the top of the building. "The houses of Potter and Black from Wizarding Britain welcome you all to the grand opening of Padfoot Trinkets, Potter Potions and Prongs Sporting Goods, branches at Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade and Paris. Come one and come all. As the Wizengamot has decreed, the House of Black is here to take you ahead in the advancements made by our Muggle counterparts, while Prongs will make sure that you keep fit and sporty. Come now and come all." "Does he have to be so dramatic?" asked Daphne from Neville. "Uncle Sirius likes his theatrics. He says that younglings are too young to understand the importance of theatricality," Neville said, grinning at Sirius, who was doing the tricks of pulling out doves from a hat. "So are we here to help him set up shop?" Daphne asked. "No, we are here to enjoy," said Harry, who had just come with Astoria clinging to his arm. "In the evening, we are going to see dramatization of the Fountain of Fair Fortune, by the Scarlet Witches." "Wow," Daphne said, "I have heard that their renderings are so real that you would feel that you are in it. How did you get tickets, by the way?" "Grand Uncle is sponsoring them this year," Harry said simply. "He is pulling all the stops in advertising all these businesses that he has set up." "Harry, I want to see the planets," said Astoria, pulling Harry towards a building in the distance which was a planetarium. Harry gave in to her demands and started walking with her when Arcturus called over his shoulder, "Harry, be back in 2 hours. There are some guests and I want you all to meet them." "Sure, Grand Uncle," said Harry as he pulled others to their feet. Percy was hitting a bookstore on the island. The twins were off to see some joke shop and to buy some stuff, so Harry got the others with him and they visited the planetarium. Unlike Muggle planetariums, this one was different. Using magic, they were made as real as possible and it looked like they were standing in space as they looked at the planets arranged around them. "Blimey!" exclaimed Ron, "it is amazing." That summed up everyone's opinion about it. They spent an hour going through all the shops and everything that the place had to offer. Then they ducked into an ice cream parlor to have some ice cream and butter bear before they returned to the house where they were staying. At the table, Lord Black was entertaining some guests. One of them was the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, as Harry knew him from when he lived in the Black Castle and he knew that Arcturus had contacts with the local governments. Another was a square-jawed wizard he didn't know, and the third. It seemed everyone in the crowd knew that man. Only he was not a man but a boy about 3 years older than Harry, and the boy had just made his entry into the international sporting scenes as the seekers for the Bulgarian national team. Everywhere Quidditch fans were singing paeans in his glory and people were starting to know his name, Victor Crumb. The other two on the table were complete unknown to him. From what Harry gathered hearing the man speak, he spoke English with an accent. If he had to hazard a guess, he would say that the man was French. And the other one was as well. "Harry," said Arcturus as he noticed him, "come here. Let me introduce you to these friends of mine." He then turned to people gathered at the table. Harry pointing to the one on left, "This is the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, Mr. Damien Rostita. The gentle wizard next to him is up-and-coming lad, Mr. Victor Crumb. The gentleman on my right is Monsieur Laurent Moreau, the director of DMLE in France, and the gentleman on his right is Monsieur Sébastien Delacour, who is the head of Department of International Relations in French Conclave. Everyone, this one is my heir Hadrian Potter Black. He is the owner of all the businesses that I have started." "The famous Potter?" asked the Bulgarian minister while surreptitiously trying to glance at his forehead. Arcturus smiled. "Yes, the famous Harry Potter. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter. I was just asking Arcturus why he never told us that you were being raised in Bulgaria. You must visit me when you come to Bulgaria next. It is a pleasure to meet you, Minister Rostita," he said, and then turned to the both French gentle wizards, giving them a curt bow like he did for Bulgarian Minister of Magic. "It is a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. I hope the houses of Potter Black will have the fortune of hosting you under our roof for your duration of stay." Finally he turned to Victor Crumb. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crumb. I have been very diligently following your Quidditch career and like many others, I am more than impressed." Crumb shook his hand. "Call me Victor, please. And I am always happy to meet someone who loves the game." "Lad, won't you introduce your friends to these gentle wizards?" said Arcturus. Harry nodded with embarrassment. "I slipped in my manners, Grand Uncle. Everyone please meet my friends. The one with me is Neville Longbottom, heir of the House of Longbottom. Next to him is Ronald Weasley, scion of House Weasley. Then it is Daphne Greengrass, heiress presumptive of House Greengrass, and Piggy riding me is Astoria Greengrass, daughter of House Greengrass. Behind Daphne Greengrass is Ginevra Weasley, daughter of House Weasley." After introductions were made, Harry said to Victor Crumb, "Mr. Crumb, would you like to visit with us?" The Bulgarian minister encouraged him. "Go on, Victor. Be comfortable." Soon, they were led in the Bulgarian seeker to a sitting room upstairs where refreshments were waiting for him. Having sat in the sofas scattered throughout the sitting room, they started talking. "What brought you here, Mr. Crumb?" Harry asked. "I mean, there isn't Quidditch championship planned here, is it? I can duel a little." "Harry Potter," he grunted, "I have been participating in this tournament since I was 11 but never became the champion. This year, my minister wanted me to come and mentor this year's contestant." "Aren't you a bit young to become a mentor?" Harry asked. Victor laughed genially. "It is a personal favor, you see. The contestant this year is the minister's nephew." Harry relaxed back as Daphne asked something of the Quidditch star, and even Neville joined in while Harry noticed that Ron was being tongue-tied before the Bulgarian. Harry jolted him. "What is it with you, Ron? Neasel got your tongue, Mr. Crumb. I am a big fan." Ron stuttered badly. "I have follow wed your every match and I didn't know that you were still a student." "It is nice to meet you, Mr. Weasley," said Crumb. "Where are you staying?" Harry asked. "The minister want me to stay at the place Ace that my ministry is renting for him," he said, "but it is full of adults. You can stay here." Harry proposed, "we have the space to spare. And you won't feel bored with people who are around your age. Maybe, we can even become friends." He nodded. "I vowed like dat. Bouts drawn. Lads, I have received a notice that your bouts have been drawn up." Arcturus was saying, "For the first round, you both have drawn bad bouts." Harry and Neville were sitting before Arcturus Orion Black, who was talking to them about the tournament which was to start the next day. They had not yet told their friends that they were going to participate in it, and the Weasleys thought that Harry and Neville were there only for tourism and to attend the opening of their businesses. "How?" Neville asked. "Why do you say it is a bad draw?" "Well," said Arcturus, "the one Harry is to fight was the champion last year. And the one to fight Neville has been coming here for 2 years and made it to semi-finals both times. We need to think things then," said Harry. "Are we supposed to go at first?" "No, lads," said the old wizard, "those two are supposed to face 2 contestants each before they would be pitted against you." "Why?" Harry gave him a grin. "You will see, Grand Uncle. The match begins." "But mate, what are we going to do over there?" asked Ron. "We are going to see and learn things," said Harry. "And think of it as a chance to make new connections. We can make friends with students from different countries, you know." "Harrikins is right," said the one. "It can be helpful," continued the other. "We can learn new stuff," the first one said again. "We can see the market," the second finished again. "We can make our dream come true," finished they together. "Come on, Weasley, don't waste our time," said Daphne. "You are coming or you can stay here. Your choice." Since Ron had started to get to know her, he had stopped painting her with the same brush as the other Slytherins. "I am coming." Greengrass. The arena was huge, so huge that many dueling rings were put in throughout the stadium where seats were built arena style. The contestants sat in the front row on all sides, some with their mentors and some without. From the second row and upwards were families and friends and casual viewers. Harry approached one of the rings and addressed one of the wizards. "Excuse me. We are Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom, and we have registered for the tournament." The wizard checked their documents and then consulted his list before he handed 2 badges to them. "Here you go. Come when your name is called. Do you have a mentor?" Before Harry could reply, a squeaky voice said, "I am their mentor." The wizard turned and gasped in surprise, "Master Duelist Phileas Flitwick. I didn't know you were in the training circuit. Last I heard you were teaching charms at Hogwarts." "I am still teaching at Hogwarts," said the charms master jovially. "It is just that these 2 managed to convince me to train them." The wizard nodded. "Well, I will watch their progress with interest." "You both have been training with Flitwick?" asked Ron in amazement. "Yes, we wanted to enter into this tournament since we were children." "You could have told me," said Ron. "I could have requested Professor to teach me too." "I don't teach everyone, young man," said the professor who had heard them. "I tested them throughout the training and they fulfilled my expectations, or I would have refused to train them." The Weasleys, the Greengrasses and O.T. Hers sat in the second row while Harry and Neville sat on the front row with Flitwick, who was giving them suggestions about every player who was fighting and would make comments about their powers or weaknesses. Finally it was time for Neville's match. The next match is a newcomer, Neville Longbottom from London, and the illustrious Benjamin Thomas, who has reached the semi-finals twice in the last 2 years. Neville and Thomas bowed to each other while Neville kept an eye on his opponent. Thomas's draw was fast, but Neville had seen better. He could see when the stunner left Thomas's wand and produced a shield to stop it. Thomas tried to seize the moment and started sending stunners and bludgeoners at the young Gryffindor, who never looked in trouble. "Why isn't he attacking?" Daphne said in frustration. "He is waiting for his chance," said Ron, suddenly certain that Neville was going to attack when he got his chance, and he won't take so long to beat his opponent. Neville's opponent, who was frustrated with every attack of his being taken on a shield, decided to trick him and deliberately gave a lull in casting, but to his woe, his opponent saw through it. He growled, "Why won't you attack?" Neville didn't even answer but grinned as if taunting him. Finally he could realize that his opponent's spells were coming at a slower pace and the time between spells was getting longer. He lowered his shield and faked going to the right, making his opponent turned in that direction, and Neville Flipendo Hex flipped him twice before tying him with ropes. Neville had won his first bout. Now the next match is between the famous boy who lived of England, Hadrian Potter Black and Artyom Sokolov, the champion of last year. Is he the famous Potter? Asked a wizard who was sitting beside Ron. Yes, he is Harry Potter, my best friend, said Ron. Harry kept an eye on his opponent who bowed to him and sent his spell as soon as he was half out of bow. It was not illegal but definitely frowned upon in dueling circuits. It showed lack of sportsmanship and decorum. However, it was not the time for going into these things, but it was the time to take action. Harry saw the spell coming and ducked out of its way and sent a stinger at the other boy. It hit him between his legs and the boy yelped in pain before growling and started sending bludgeoners at Harry. He was errant from Neville that he was moving around. Not much but better than Benjamin Thomas. Harry, however, was not worried at all. He had a plan ready for his opponent and the chance came soon enough. His opponent tried to get him to make a move by faking a lull in casting and Harry seized the moment with both hands. He sent the Glisseo charm at his opponent without following the wand movements at a LL and before his opponent could try to gain his balance, Harry bound him with ropes. Their second bouts were the same day and they had made it through without any problems whatsoever. Their second opponents were actually newcomers and had no idea about dueling in general. They certainly did not had someone like Phileas Flitwick teaching them. Harry and Neville both won their bouts within 5 minutes and were free for the day. Their bouts were the quickest of all the matches that they had seen that day and Flitwick confided in them that they should try to finish quickly because it made no sense to prolong the duels. They also visited all the other dueling rings and found that there was good competition going around. The Bulgarian minister's nephew had lost his second bout and was of the tournament and on his way home with his uncle. Victor Crumb chose to stay with them for the rest of the tournament. He had become good friends with them and they also liked him. Though he was an international Quidditch star, but he didn't act like it and soon was friendly with everyone in the building. In fact, they even played a few Quidditch games together. Victor was impressed with Harry's showing as a seeker and promised to recommend him to his coaches and maybe they could talk together sometime. He believed that Harry had the talent to go professional if he so wanted. Harry had no fixed plans about his future, but it was nice feeling to know that he was good at something. The second day was eventful and they had 3 matches which they won as the last day and they had Ted generating hype among everyone who had gathered to participate in the tournament. The third day was when they showed some of their talent. This time, Harry was up against a Belgian who was a VC Ouse fighter and Harry had seen him tore through his opponents with ease. To top that, the boy appeared to be a fan of causing violence. In other words, the boy was not dueling but brawling within the rules of the tournament. What was worse was that he was a bully and he taunted his opponents after having defeated them. Crumb saw the boy and sighed, "Be careful against him, Harry. The guy has a reputation at Durmstrang of being what do you call it, bully in the playground, I think." Harry grinned. "He obviously has not yet met me." Sirius, who was hearing the interaction, said, "If you lose to this guy, I will disinherit you from the legacy of the Marauders, pup." Neville grinned. "Well, I can take his place, Uncle Padfoot." Harry glared at him. "No one is taking my place. As for that guy, I am going to show him what a Marauder is." Opposed to other opponents that Harry had faced so far, the boy did not bow to him properly but jerked his head and opened with a bludgeoner. Harry stepped aside from that one and sent a sticky charm at the boy. The boy guffawed. "The famous Potter, and that is all you can do. What was that supposed to do?" Harry grinned innocently while dodging the spell chain that the boy sent at him. "I am much more than that." The boy growled. "What does that mean?" As he sent another spell chain at Harry. Harry, who was moving towards the boy as he dodged his attacks, was suddenly near him and before his opponent could react, Harry cast a spell which Mooney had taught him, Tarantalagra. The boy immediately started dancing while Harry changed his trousers for a skirt and doused him a jet of water. As the boy was recovering from it, Harry had cast the freezing charm at him. Then in quick succession, he sent 3 hexes at him. The first tied his tongue to the roof of his mouth. The second tied his shoelaces together and the third had him hopping around like a frog. "Tut tut. You don't even make a proper frog, do you?" Harry said, chiding the boy. "I wonder how would you look if I gave you horns." In alarm, The boy put his hands on his head as Harry cast Levicorpus. The boy was immediately hanging upside down and his underpants were all to see. Harry sneered at him. I can take those off and let everyone see what you really are. You thought you were such a bully, but one is a bully until a bigger one enters the playground. Now what should I do to you? The boy looked in horror as Harry waved his wand and with some color spells, morphed his face in the resemblance of a clown and then asked, Do you surrender? The boy nodded. I do. Harry smirked. Then drop your wand. At that moment, it became clear what the sticky charm was supposed to do. He could not drop his wand and Harry started swinging him to and fro. To and fro until the referee stepped in. Mr. Potter, you win this duel. Harry bowed to the referee. Can you get him down or should I? The referee shook his head. I can get him down. Thank you. Before he could leave the ring, the referee said in surprise, he has no injuries on his body. I guess the worst injury caused to him is to his ego. Neville's bout went differently. His opponent had been intimidating his competition with his skills so far, and Neville had shown very little in the way of skills so far. Before his match started, Harry told him, You lose to him and I will convince Gran to declare me the heir of House Longbottom. When the round started, Neville decided to go nuts. As his opponent cast his first spell, Neville did not step aside or shield it. He raised his wand and swatted the spell aside. It was the first for his opponent and soon Neville was just swatting all the spells aside. His opponent's frustration grew and he sent the Incarcerous charm at Neville, who waved his wand like a knife and cut the rope into two. Before his opponent could recover from his shock, Neville started pelting him with stingers. The boy could barely defend himself from the onslaught. It seemed like his strategy had always been to attack and he was pants at defense. Neville finally sent a flippendo at him. The opponent realized it too late before he was flipped over and lost his wand. Neville Longbottom has won the match, announced the referee. And so, how did you find this chapter? Please leave me a review. Chapter 2. I need you to teach the lads the art that you master yourself in. Arcturus was saying to Sirius. Why the sudden interest? Sirius asked. I have seen things that make me fear that the future may be hard on them, Arcturus said. And I intend to give them every weapon that I can so they won't feel helpless when the time comes. What have you seen? Sirius asked. Voldemort is trying to return to a body and it was luck that he wasn't successful. The lads outwitted him without even knowing what they were doing, but such luck can't last. They need to be ready. Of course, I will do it, Grandfather, Sirius was saying. But don't you think that time is not right for it? I mean, they are too young right now. They are more capable than you were at this age, Arcturus growled. Now either you are doing this or should I see help from some other place? Quote, I won't let anyone else do it, said Sirius defiantly. It won't be easy for them to begin at such a young age, but if that is what you want then so be it. Welcome to the day 4 of the dueling tournament. Competing against each other are Mr. Jean Montfort from Paris and Mr. Neville Longbottom from Wizarding Britain. Mr. Longbottom is here for the first time and has shown considerable talent at dueling and is being trained in dueling by Phileas Flitwick, 10 times world champion. Mr. Montfort is a dab hand at dueling, as we have seen from the previous year interactions, and we are hopeful for him this year too when he is in the running for the under-14 world champion. Neville bowed to his opponent, who gracefully bowed to him. As their eyes met, Neville assessed the boy who was looking at him without flinching. Neville realized this guy was not going to underestimate him, or boast of himself, or duel with him just to brag later, and he won't be rushing in things at once. Of all the opponents he had faced so far, this one was actually going to be a threat to him. Neville waited for his opponent to shoot the first shot, which he did, but just to open the match. The stinger that he sent at Neville was so off-mark that Neville didn't even need to move from his place. Neville shot an incendio at him, but the boy only stopped it on a shield. Stupefy, Tarantalagra, Langlock. Neville cast a few more spells that Flitwick had taught him, but all of them were taken by the boy on his side. Why is he not attacking? Daphne said from the back row. He is studying Neville, said Ron. That bloke will not attack until he is certain that he has found a weakness in Neville, and Neville is going to tire himself out fast. Harry heard Ron's assessment and inwardly agreed with it. Neville would have to end this soon or it would become too hard for him. Neville too had realized the same thing and had also found that his opponent loved his shield. He won't be letting go of it. That could be a weakness to exploit somehow. His opponent, who had assessed Neville by now, thought he had senses a weakness in the chubby Gryffindor. He RTED casting a few spells, and Neville artfully took them on his shields instead of dancing around his spells. His opponent sent a shield-shattering spell at him which Neville saw coming and moved to the right with blinding speed. Expelliarmus! Neville roared as he moved to the right, and the spell even then found its mark and the boy's wand flew out of his hands. Neville Longbottom has won the duel, announced the announcer. This brings him a step closer to the semifinals. Just 2 more undefeated matches will propel him in the semifinals. Now for the next match, we have Mr. Hadrian Potter Black of Wizarding Britain and Ms. Fleur Delacour, who will step in this ring for the last time. Harry stepped in the ring and found a very attractive witch facing him. She was so beautiful that her beauty seemed unearthly and somehow wrong with the order of the world. The way she smiled at him, it looked like she was a predator that was stalking her prey. He immediately knew that he will have to be wary of her because there was going to be trouble. Harry almost failed to notice the stunner that she had sent at him, but in the last moment, Neville's shout brought him out of stupor. Snap out of it, dimwit. Harry sat down to escape the stunner and then shook his head. The girl was somehow influencing him. He rolled to a side and evaded the bludgeoner that she had sent at him and sent a tripping hex at her, which he dodged and then replied with impediment, a charm which was taught in 4th year at Hogwarts. Harry stalled for a second and had to put all of his strength together to hake out of the trance that he was falling in to evade the banishment charm, which would have thrown him out of the ring and ended the duel. He realized that the girl was somehow addling his brain. She was making it all mushy, so he was having trouble acting. It was as if someone was making his brain go haywire. He started sending unending barrage of hexes at her while he furiously thought of something so he could defeat her. Depulso, Tarantalagra, Verdmilius, Incendio. He sent every spell that they had learnt from the book that Flitwick had given to them. Remember, lad, if you do allow someone to get into your brain, then they can never defeat you. Allow someone to turn your brain and that is half battle lost. That is why occlumency is important. Lord Black's words from W.H. And he was learning occlumency from him came to his mind, and as a reflex he put up his mind shields to the maximum. Immediately he felt the pressure loosening and things came into focus for him. Now the girl looked pretty ordinary to him. She was still beautiful, but there was nothing unearthly about her. He sent a few more hexes at her in such a way that she had no way but to shield them, and then he shot a shield breaker which shattered her shield. As the girl realized her trick was not working on him, her eyes spread in shock, but that did not last because Harry raised his wand and shouted, "Accio Fleur's wand." Fleur Delacour's wand flew to his outstretched arm and the referee announced, Hadrian Potter Black has won the duel. As his opponent came to shake hands with him, she asked, "How did you do it?" "Did what?" Harry asked of her. "How did you resist my allure?" "I don't know what you are referencing to." "Pardon me, Monsieur Potter Black," said Sebastian Delacour, who had joined them. "This is my daughter Fleur Delacour, and her mother is half Vila. She is a quarter Vila and has the Vila allure to her. I think she was using it during the duel. An underhanded trick which she used, and I am sorry for it." Now Harry understood what he had been facing. "I accept your apology, Monsieur Delacour. And I do not mind that she used her powers against me. If I had something that I could use, I'd gladly do it too." Harry and Neville's run, however, ended that day itself in their next matches because their opponents adopted some underhanded tactics against them. Harry's opponent was using a staff and a wand for his duel, which was within the rules, for if someone has the power to use, then they could do it. Harry had dodged the spell sent at him by the staff, but the banishing charm had sent him out of the ring and he lost the round. His opponent, however, praised him and told him that it was only due to Harry that he had resorted to using the staff and the wand tog ether, something that he wanted to keep for the semi-finals, which he couldn't have reached if he lost to Harry. Neville's opponent had used a Diffindo curse on him while he feinted to cast to the right and Neville went left. The curse had cut a gash in his arm and made Neville drop his wand, which counted as a loss. His opponent had apologized to him about it, telling him that it was what came to his mind to avoid a defeat. He also offered to heal the injury, but Sirius had kindly refused and did it himself within a wink. They returned to Wizarding Britain a day after the tournament was over. It had been the best week so far that Harry had outside of Hogwarts. On the morning of the day after they returned, Daily Prophet carried a news item which was going to turn a lot of heads. Wizengamot passes Muggle Protection Act. The Wizengamot has passed the notorious Muggle Protection Act, which is aimed at protection of Muggles even more thoroughly than before. This act makes even the slightest act of Muggle baiting as a capital offense punishable offense with 1 year of sentence in Azkaban. Second offense assures a trial in front of the full Wizengamot. The act also proposed imprisonment of 5 years for someone who was found in possession of any object full of dark magic. The act was passed after a lot of deliberation, and surprisingly many members of the Dark faction voted for passing the act. This act will be a harbinger of a new era in the history of Wizarding Britain and ensure more protection to Muggles and rights to Muggle-borns. Chief Warlock had this to say: "We have been dragging our feet long enough in getting this act passed, and as it is still 20 years too late. If we had laws like this in effect before the war, we could have prevented a lot of bloodshed and deaths." Minister Bones remained unavailable for comment. However, the head of DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour, was positively elated with this development. "Grand Uncle," Harry said to Lord Black, why? Oh, you didn't vote in the passing of this bill?" Lord Black laughed. "You think it would have happened without my intervention?" "Nay, lad, I was there in the tournament with you all, but I had appointed an Rometta as my proxy for the duration that I was not present in Wizarding Britain, and it was she who voted in my stead for both House of Potter and Black." "You don't leave anything to chance, do you, Grand Uncle?" Harry asked. "No, lad," the old wizard answered. "I once did that and lost almost all of my family." "Harry!" came the shout from the kitchen where the flow was situated, and Harry cringed. "Grand Uncle, can you hide me?" Lord Black raised an eyebrow. "The vanquisher of Voldemort needs hiding." "Even Voldemort hasn't faced Astoria Greengrass," said Harry. "If he had, he wouldn't dare try to rise again." "Can you help me?" "There you are," said Astoria, who had finally found him. "You are going to take me to the zoo." "You had promised." "Astoria, Sirius had promised you," Harry said. "He said that he will take all of us to the zoo, so if you want to harass someone, then let's find Sirius." She grinned. "Let's go. He has also promised to give me 2 dung bombs." "What will you do with dung bombs?" Lord Black asked the little girl. She shyly said, "Daphne keeps calling me midget. I am going to leave it in her closet." Harry shuddered. "Astoria, that is just mean. And if she found it, then she will cause trouble for you." Astoria grinned. "I will simply say that Sirius had given me the dung bombs." "Merlin saves Sirius," murmured Lord Black. "Scandinavia. Are you sure this is the right place?" asked the square-jawed, thick-accented wizard of his companion. "We have been looking for months, but we have not yet found a trace of it." His companion, who was reedy-looking, thin, having a cruel and angular face, said, "I know this is the right place. It must be here somewhere. The journal that we stole from the archives of Alexandria says that it is buried here." The thief was in this region when he ran afoul of the local tribe of wizards and had to bury it. "It may take some time, but we will find it." "Time. We have been looking for it for 2 decades, said the first one. "We have looked for clues of it everywhere, including the famed libraries of the old families, tribes, and even the list of items in the archives of Hogwarts, but we never got a clue. Even now, we are only acting on a half-credible information received from a dusty old tome that we have stolen from a place that is not supposed to exist at all." "Have patience, my friend," said the second one. "It may take us some time, but we will get there eventually. I have contacted one of the local tribes to find it, and once we do, we will have everything that we would ever need. This is what that has kept me going all these years," said the first one, "but the most I can give is 3 months before I will return to my family. This campaign is turning to be fruitless endeavor." These 2 wizards were of unknown origins and had been looking for an artifact of the past that would give them powers unrivaled by any in the world. They called themselves the Knights of Walpurgis, after an order which was defunct for nearly 1,000 years now. It is unknown if there were any other members of this order, but these 2 were the only ones who knew of each other's identity. What they were searching for something that existed only in legends, but they believed in its existence and worked hard towards recovering it. Professor Dumbledore, said Harry. "Welcome to Black Townhouse." "Thank you, my boy," said Dumbledore as he stepped out of the flow. "Is Lord Black home?" "Yes, Grand Uncle is at home," Harry told him. "He is in his study." "I will take you to him." Dumbledore smiled. "Lead the way then, young Harry." About a minute later, Dumbledore was in the study of Lord Black. "What is the reason for this unannounced visit, Dumbledore?" "Lord Black," said Dumbledore, "recent events have made me realize a few things and I find it necessary that I take steps in this direction." "Stop beating around the bush," growled Arcturus, "speak clearly." "Lord Black, as you know, Voldemort is still out there and he will keep coming for young Harry, so it is important that we prepare him for what lies ahead," Dumbledore said. "I agree with what you are saying, Dumbledore," said Arcturus, "but I am out of ideas. If I were in the prime of my life, I could have trained him in these ways, but it is beyond me now. If you don't mind, I will like to take on this task myself," Dumbledore said. "I have quite a few things that I can teach him." "And what is your motive behind it?" Arcturus asked suspiciously. "Lord Black, we know that Voldemort will return and he will return no matter what we did. It is also clear that he will come for Harry whenever he gets back a body. And he does not fight merely with his strength or his body but also his mind. I know you have trained young Harry into occlumency, but I will take his instruction further in the area and teach him the delicate art of legilimency. And then there are too many things that I can teach in the way of defensive magi. See, that will be useful to him in the long run." "You make a good case and I agree with it," said Arcturus, "but it will have to wait till the classes start next term since I don't want to burden him with studies when he should be relaxing and enjoying with his friends." "Harry, if you have a minute to spare, will you hear to me?" Sirius asked Harry, who was giving unwilling piggyback ride to Astoria. "Sirius, if only you promise to give Astoria a ride on Padfoot, I will have time by myself," Harry said. Sirius scowled. "Will you stop throwing me under the wagon? Not that I won't mind giving a ride to Astoria here, but she needs to get going for her parents had Flo called and they are leaving for France for the week." After Astoria was gone, Sirius turned to him. "Harry, Remus told me that he had promised something to you." Quote, "What?" "He told me that he will train you in an art that very few can master. Since I am master in that particular art, I think it is wise that I take a firm hand in your training. But Sirius, you know I won't do anything until Neville is given the same chance," Harry said, "so if you are not going to do it for Neville too, then I am not interested in it. I know you both are thick as thieves and I won't have it another way." Sirius grinned. "I have extended this offer to him too and he has agreed." "So dear dog father, when are we going to start this training?" Harry asked. "Soon dogson, soon." "What about the pranks?" Harry asked. "You had promised to teach us some of your coolest tricks." Sirius smirked. "You will need to prove that. Why? Oh, you are worthy of being our apprentice before I will teach something to you." Harry nodded. "Sirius, it's on." In the next few days, an epic prank battle followed. Once, Sirius was in his shop and ending to his clients when suddenly he heard a whizzing noise. He looked around in the alley, but there was nothing to see. He ignored the noise and kept working, but the noise grew and he turned to Arthur. "What is this noise?" Arthur grinned. "Look down." Sirius looked down and his shoe looked like it had turned into a miniature version of the Hogwarts Express emitting a puffing noise. As Sirius watched in dismay, his other shoe transfigured too and started walking him out of the shop. With difficulty Sirius was able to stop his shoes from walking himself out of the shop. When he returned, a piece of parchment was waiting for him on his desk. In large letters, it was scrawled, "Strike 1." Sirius scowled and decided to even the score later. Another time, Sirius had just sat down to dinner as the chair he sat on gave way as 4 of its legs disappeared. When he picked himself off the table, Harry and Neville were grinning at him. Neville mouthed, "Strike 2." Sirius scowled. "Just because I am being lenient on you two, you are getting out of hand." Arcturus growled, "Then reply to them in kind or have your wits dimmed." Harry guffawed silently. Sirius, however, was thinking about it. None of the times Harry had his wand out, and what's more, the magic that was done was out of his league. He had to find out how he was doing it. In the meanwhile, Harry and Neville were enjoying their vacations so far. Remus was teaching them a few things for the coming year, but that did not take all of their time. He also had a lengthy discussion over magical theory in detail with Remus one day. Remus: when we are children, we do accidental magic all the time. What's more, we don't use wands for them. Why is it so that we need wands to do magic when we grow older? I mean, why can't we do wandless magic, and why do we need to shout words all the time? Harry, when we are young our magic cores are not settled, and they do not begin to settle until we are 11 years old. Accidental magic happens when our emotions get out of control, and since it is our emotions which propel it, therefore, words are scarcely needed. Accidental magic is wandless, but it gets less and less as we grow older, and by the time of 11, our cores start to settle and we are better equipped to handle our emotions, so we can't just cast magic wandlessly. Wandless magic as it is very hard to do. Becca. Use it takes a lot of our strength, therefore, most of us find it hard to do it subconsciously. As we train our bodies about the amount of magic that we use in our spells, it gets under control, and after years of practice, many wizards find it easy to cast, but even then, they can't cast complex spells which require high energy. What is the logic behind speaking our spells aloud? Saying the spells aloud forms them, guides them about what the spell is intended to do, and also helps train our core. When we repeatedly speak the words aloud, it etches in our minds and it becomes a reflex action. As we grow up, we start using nonverbal incantations, but many people struggle with it because it takes time to train your core to do what you intend without saying the words aloud. Thanks for the lesson, Uncle Mooney, Harry said. Can you teach me a prank now? Mooney smiled. Well, there is a prank that we once did and it was monumental. What did you do? Remus grinned and stared, Ted telling him of one of those legendary pranks. Sirius Black had a tiring day at the shop, and when he returned, what had been on his mind was a quick dinner and then to sleep like a Medusa victim until the next day. Creature, set the table, said Sirius as he returned. I am knackered and I will retire to bed soon. Sirius ate what was served to him without really looking. When he was done, he started walking towards the top floor where his room was. Any other day he could have simply apparated to his room, but enchanting took a lot out of a wizard and he was dead tired. He went past all those flights of stairs and found eerie silence in the house. This was very uncommon. He knew that Neville or one of the Weasley boys was generally staying over and they wouldn't go to bed when it was barely 10. He tried to eavesdrop on Harry's room and the room was silent without a sound. The lad was sound asleep. Lord Black was known to go to sleep early, so he would be in bed by then. Remus would be in the office of Potter Potions working even now. The werewolf took his job way too seriously. He reached his room and was about to touch the door to his room when the floor below his feet glistened and Sirius was yanked off his feet. Wheeee, went Sirius Black down the flight of stairs, flailing his arms and cursing at the top of his breath. He had fallen on his behind and went down all the way to the bottom where Harry and Neville were waiting for him. As he picked himself off the floor, Harry said, "Strike 3, and they both ran in the sitting room where Lord Black was holding court with Remus. Sirius swore under his breath. Prongslet had a lot of energy to spend and he had found a conduit for it, namely Sirius Black. The lad was very resourceful. The Glisseo charm that he had cast on the stair was not within his power. He was having some help. Sirius would have to find who was behind it. Mooney, said Sirius, who was visiting his friend at the office of Potter Potions. How do you think Prongslet is doing all these pranks? I mean, all those pranks are out of his league. Remus smirked. I see you have devoted a lot of thought to this but have arrived at no conclusion. He used elves. Sirius, mouth hung open. Why, I didn't think of it sooner. He is cheating. It is winning. Plain and simple. Remus said. To him what matters is winning, no matter what he has to do. You told him to prove himself and he did it. Sirius grumbled. Well, Prongslet has a thing coming. He sure is becoming resourceful, but he can't keep using elves in his plans. If someone caught onto it, then it will be a disaster waiting to happen. What are you going to do? Remus asked suspiciously. Well, I was once the blood heir of House of Black. Wasn't I? Sirius grinned. Remus shuddered at that grin until he realized that it was perhaps the first time that he had seen that grin on his friend's face since the death of James and Lily Potter. Next morning, they were sitting at the breakfast table when Sirius Black made his move. "Grandfather," said Sirius, "I want a boon from you as the paterfamilias of the Black family." "What do you want, boy?" growled the Lord Black. "Recently Heir Black has been using the elves of House Black to torment me, to play pranks on me. I have no grievance against him for it, however it seems to give him an advantage without really teaching him how anything is done. In other words, it may give him what he wants for the short term, but there are no permanent gains made in. Come to the point, boy. Don't be long-winded like Melania," he growled. "I want you to forbid all the Black Elves from responding to any summons from Heir Black and doing his bidding," Sirius said. "That way, he will at least try to learn things instead of getting the elves to do it." Arcturus saw through the entire ruse but could also see the point and raised his voice. "Creature, Tipsy, Mipsy, Lipsy." All the elves arrived in the hall with a loud crack and bowed before him. "Master calls. By the writ of the Lord Black, all the elves belonging to the House of Black are hereby completely prohibited from answering any summons made to them by Heir Black until the Lord of Black wishes otherwise. Any elf found to be contradicting this order shall be punished with clothes." The elves shuddered before taking their leave of the Black Lord. Poor Harry could only watch as Sirius Black left the table smirking and mouthed, "Strike one." Chapter 3. "Lad, I have to go to Bulgaria where the minister has set up a meeting for a business concern with House of Black and Potter," Lord Black was telling Harry, "since Sirius has to go to Germany for a meeting and will not return before you are due to go back to Hogwarts, and Remus is going to run some errands for me. I have arranged for you to stay for a week with the Weasley family. You will go to Hogwarts from there. Be on your best behavior with them." Harry nodded. "Yes, Grand Uncle. And if you hear anything, please let me know before rushing into it like an idiot," he admonished his heir. Harry ducked his head, embarrassed. "Yes, Grand Uncle. Neville has gone to Ital. Why, with his grandmother for the last week, so I guess you won't meet him until the school will start." "Then I am off," said Lord Black. "I am taking the first portkey out of Britain tomorrow." When Harry returned to his room, he saw a house elf on his bed, jumping on it and squealing in joy. The elf was about the size of an average elf, had the trademark flappy ears, big eyeballs, and his eyes were green in color. As he saw Harry, he said in awe, "Harry Potter. It's an honor." "Who are you?" Harry asked the elf. "I is Dobby, sir," said the elf, "and I has hear great things about the great Harry Potter. How the great Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord and saved wizards. Harry Potter must not go back to school." "What? Why?" Harry asked of the elf. "Terrible things are going to happen," said the elf, shuddering. "Dobby heard his masters talking. Dobby came to warn you. Dobby is a bad elf." The elf lunged for a poker stick in the corner and Harry understood what he was going to do. Harry lunged for him and tackled him. "Dobby, I can't stay here. My friends are at school. I must go back there. Harry Potter be in danger if he go back to school," the elf said resolutely. "Dobby, tell me, who is your master? What is he planning?" Harry asked the elf. "Dobby can't speak his name," said the elf, still shivering. "Dobby come to warn Harry Potter to not go back." "At least tell me what your master is planning." "Dobby can't say, sir," said the elf. "Dobby be going back. Harry Potter must not go back to the school. If Harry Potter insists, then Dobby be stopping him." Before Harry could do anything, the elf vanished with a pop. It all seemed peculiar to Harry and he was eager to find out about his masters and what they had planned to do at the school. He immediately came to the Lord's study. "Grand Uncle, an elf called Dobby came to me to tell me not to return to school. He said terrible things are going to happen if I go back." Arcturus was listening raptly. "Tell me about the elf. Did he wear a house sigil on its clothes? What was he warning you about?" "No, he was wearing old dirty pillowcase," Harry said. "I have a feeling that whatever he was warning me against is true, but I don't know who he belongs to. He told me that his master is planning something sinister for Hogwarts this year." "Tilver," Lord Black called, and the old trusty elf appeared with a pop. "Master called for Tilver." "Yes, Tilver. There is a house elf called Dobby. I want you to find out who owns him. He knows something that is essential for us. When you find him, capture him, and bring him to me wherever I might be." The elf bowed. "It will be done, master." As the elf disappeared, Lord Black turned to him. "Lad, now up you go to bed. Tomorrow morning you'll go to the Weasleys. I get it, grand uncle, that you are going to Bulgaria, but why I can't stay here with Sirius? Because Sirius is going to Germany for a deal and Moony is gone to France on a leave, the first in years I might add. Arcturus said. I really had to push the bloke out of the door and tell him to find a girl to bugger him. It is about damn time that he finds someone to spend his life with. Harry laughed. He also has that house that father left to him in his will. I hope he will find someone and accept residence there, and before long there will be little Remus running around. All right, Remus and Sirius are out, but why can't I go to Aunt Andromeda's? Because Andy is going with me to Bulgaria and I don't want to burden her husband with taking care of you, Arcturus patiently explained. Harry's stay at the Weasley Manor was full of cheer. He had decided to bed with Ron despite being given a separate room. They went to play Quidditch when they were not studying, however. Harry was not lax to open his books every evening and study. It was on his second day of stay at the Weasley Manor when he was studying a book in defense that Remus had set for him. Come on, Harry, mate, said Ron. The twins are going to play a pick-up game of Quidditch. Get your nimbus and come with me. I need to finish this chapter. Ron, said Harry, I will be there in 15 minutes. Why are you always glued to the books? Ron said, loosen up a little. You'd do well to take a leaf out of his book, Ronald Weasley, said Molly. I have seen your holiday homework and you haven't done a decent job at it. You will get AT in all those classes, and you have forgotten all your first-year lessons. But Mum, we learned very little in first year, Ron said nervously. Listen, young man, if you don't work hard in your classes I am going to drag you back. I want to see your grades go up this year, she said, glaring at him. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Mum, he said. She then turned to Harry. Harry dear, learning is important, but you should be available to enjoy things. You are still a child, and you need to learn to be a child around others. I know Lord Black loves you, but you have grown up in a household without a woman and children. You need to know how to interact in a crowd. From what I have seen, you have the perfect manners for a pureblood, but you don't do well with people. I have a lot of friends, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. She smiled. I know, dear, but how many of them are your best friends? How many will you trust with a secret as dear to you as your life? She asked. That got Harry thinking, and he speechless for a long time before he shook his head. Hardly a handful. She nodded. It is good to have people that you can trust. He nodded. I will keep that in mind, Mrs. Weasley. Quote, now up you get and go out, she said, pulling him. The others are in the grounds and waiting for you. Go and enjoy the sun while it lasts. He nodded and left to join the others. When he reached the grounds, he found that they had started flying around without him. Ginny was there on the ground, watching them with little greediness. He had noticed the Weasley girl was never around him, and if he came into the same room as her, she would start blushing red as a tomato. Once, to his embarrassment, she had put her elbow in the butter dish as he walked into the room. Over the years, Harry had seen some of his fans, but none were so much obsessed with him as her. Hi, Miss Weasley, Harry said, and she jumped in fright. I am sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Harry said, trying to ease her, but she was mortified. She ran for the manor house as she got her wits back, and Harry shrugged. If she continued being like that, then there was a good chance that she will be sidelined, and that was the worst that could happen to someone. He decided to do something about it when they returned to Hogwarts. He then mounted his broom and joined the Oath Ers up there to start playing the game of two-a-side Quidditch. We have found a local shaman who speaks our language and is ready to talk to us about it, said the first wizard to the other. He says that he might have heard of such a legend as we have been looking for. What does he want in return of his services? The second asked. What do you think? Gold, obviously, said the first. He wants 1,000 galleons for taking us to the place with which the legend is supposedly associated. Where we have already put in thousands of galleons in it. What is 1,000 more? The first said to second. It is our last hope, so it would do harm to us to try him also. I have already arranged for the gold to be transferred to him, he said. We will go in the evening. Do you think we will finally find it? I am still hoping, and I will keep hoping until I am certain that we have made every effort to find it. It's been 10 hard years that we have searched for it. We know for certain that it exists. And we know what kind of power it can give to its users. We have staked our family fortunes on it, and it will be cowardly to retreat now that we have come so far. I know, but I regret the time we have wasted so far. We learned much in our travels and all those expeditions we took, but we earned truly little in the form of gold, and we have only squandered what our ancestors had hoarded for us. Hell, we even forego marriage for this thing, and when we do get it, we will be without any idea about what to do with our free time. Let's not talk about that. We are awfully close to it, and I can feel it in my bones. We will get it and we will have our revenge finally, the other said. We will make him bow to us. And we are still of marriageable age, we will find brides for us after we are done with the purpose with which it all was started. You think we will be able to defeat him with it? I have no doubt about it. I dream about the day when we will have him at our mercy, and we will have our revenge. Our Lord's death will not be in vain. It was breakfast time at the Weasley Manor, and they all were sitting at the table, chatting about things to do later in the day when the Weasley family owl Errol tried to fly through a closed window and crashed against it. Percy, can you please retrieve the letters, Mrs. Weasley asked him. Percy retrieved the letters and the owl and sat him down on his perch. He looked at them and said, "Our Hogwarts letters are here. Harry's are as well." They opened their lists and Harry could see a lot of new books on the list. He looked to others who were looking at the list intently before they turned to Mrs. Weasley. 5 sets of all works of Lockhart. Bet the new defense professor is a witch who was fan. George, she admonished him. It won't be cheap, Mom, said Fred. She nodded. I know, but Arthur is earning more now, so we can make do with getting a set each for all of you. We may have to buy some things second-hand, but we will manage. When are we going to Diagon Alley? Asked the twins. We will flow to Diagon Alley as soon as you lot finish your breakfast, she said. In the meanwhile, I will flow call to Arthur and tell him to expect us at about 10:30 a.m. They nodded and went about their breakfast. Harry noticed Ginny was sitting on the opposite side of him on the table, and she had her head bowed and intently picking at her pudding. In attempt to ease her up, he said, "Are you excited to go to Hogwarts, Miss Weasley?" Ginny shuddered and the spoon in her hand cluttered to the floor. She stood from the table and ran to her room. Harry was disappointed so far with that girl. If this were the way she would be around him, then things will be too hard for her. He turned to Ron. Does she have any friends? There is a girl who lived near our house in Ottery Street. Catchpole. Name is Luna Lovegood, and her father runs the magazine, The Quibbler. She and Luna are of same age and grew up together. They are friends with each other, he said. Has no one ever told her that I am just a child, and I can't have done even half of the things contained in those books? Mrs. Weasley kindly said. Harry, at that time, she was barely a child, and she could not understand it. When she got a little older, I did tell her the truth, and she was more enamored with the Harry Potter who is the boy who lived than the hero of those books. It happens with age. Don't you think of Lord Black as a hero? Harry shook his head. I see him as the first family that I have known and not as a hero. He gave me the love that I had never known. She nodded. Now you lot, finish up your breakfast and let's flow to Diagon Alley. They all flowed to Sirius's shop in Horizont Alley, where only Arthur was present and staffing the shop. In the past week, Sirius had also employed a helper in the shop to help ease their burden and paid him 100 galleons a month. It was not much of a salary, but it was better than being unemployed, and the said employee was learning the tricks of the trade from Sirius. Lord Black had also obtained a license for the establishment so that Sirius could impart training to others in technomancy, and the certificates that he would give on the completion of training would carry the same value as a mastery would. Arthur, you take Harry, Ron, and the twins, and I will take Percy and Ginny, she said. You go and withdraw gold from the bank, and I will get Ginny her uniform and other things. Let's meet in an hour at Flourish and Blots to buy their books. As Molly left, Harry turned to Mr. Weasley. Lord Weasley, I have enough gold on me and I don't need to go to the bank. You take the twins and Ron to the bank, and I will await you here. Are you sure? Arthur asked. I am sure, Harry told him. Besides, Greg is here, and if I need something I will let him know. Mr. Weasley left with the children, and Harry sat on the chair which was meant for Sirius, waiting for them to return. He could have gone to Longbottom Manor, but Neville had chosen the most inopportune time to go out of the country with his Uncle Algy and he not expected to be back until the day they were supposed to return to Hogwarts. He was looking in the alley out of boredom when he noticed Lucius Malfoy walking past the shop, trying to hide himself, not wanting to be seen by anyone. He was going to that end of the alley where there was a dead end. "Greg, what is at the end of the alley?" he asked. "A side entrance to Knockturn Alley, Master Potter Black," the attendant replied. "The way will open near Borgin and Burke's. Knockturn Alley is nearby. The back door of this establishment opens in Knockturn Alley, right next door to Borgin and Burke's," he replied with a grin. "What do you reckon Lucius Malfoy is going to do in Knockturn Alley?" "I have heard that he sometimes goes to Borgin and Burke's to sell dark artifacts," the attendant replied. Harry's mind was made up in a minute and he stood from the chair. "I will be back in 10 minutes. If someone asks about me, tell them that I am gone to Florian's." The attendant grinned. "Of course, master." Harry went through the back door and exited next to Borgin and Burke's and no one was staffing the counter. He saw Lucius Malfoy walk around the corner and Draco Malfoy was at his father's heels, looking like a lost puppy. Slightly panicked and wanting to find what Lucius Malfoy was doing there, Harry went into the shop and slipped into the first cabinet that he found open. It was not a second later that the father-son duo arrived at the counter. Draco Malfoy, the nosy git that he was, started rummaging in the shop and his eyes stopped at a skeletal hand. Harry could not read the description on it though. Soon, Malfoy was bored of the hand and started to walk towards the cabinet where Harry was, when Lucius said, "Don't touch anything, Draco." A bell chimed in the shop and a lean, thin wizard came out. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Here to buy something?" "No, Borgin. I am here to sell something. The DMLE recently has been raiding the manors of purebloods and they can come to my house any day. The ministry is getting nosy, aren't they? Raiding houses of respectable purebloods," said Borgin. "I hear the new law is very strict. A work of the muggle-loving fool Weasley and that blasted woman Amelia Bones who got that nefarious bill passed. I hear that the DMLE has not raided your house yet," he said in a way of enquiring. Lucius said haughtily, "The Malfoy name still carries enough weight that they won't just come barging into my house, but I need to get this stuff out." "I am afraid I can't give you much for it, Lord Malfoy," said the shop owner. "Give what you will," Lucius snapped. "I just want it off my hands." "What is this thing?" Draco asked the shopkeeper. "A worthy choice. The Hand of Glory. Put a candle in it and it shows way tea. Oh, only the holder even in pitch-black darkness. Useful for thieves. And that is what he will end up doing, I am afraid if his grades does not pick up," said Lucius snidely. "The teachers have all their favorites. The Mudblood Granger and that half-blood Hadrian Potter Black," Draco whined. "No one would get ahead of them." "And you have been outperformed by the same Muggle-born and the half-blood," Lucius snapped. "It is a pity that pureblood is counting for so less these days," said the shopkeeper, handing galleons to Malfoy. "It is not so with me," Lucius said tersely. "Not with me either, Lord Malfoy," said he bowing to them. "Good day, Borgin," said Lucius leaving the shop. As they retreated, the shopkeeper said, "And good day to you. If rumors are true, you have not so LD to me even half of what you have hidden in your manor." As the shopkeeper retreated, Harry saw the things that were on display in the shop and the things in the display made him shiver. Knockturn Alley was not a place that should be allowed to survive. He decided to do something about it when the time was apt. When Harry returned to the shop, Arthur had arrived with the twins and was waiting for him. "Harry, let's get to Flourish and Blots, shall we?" They started walking towards Flourish and Blots and ran into Hermione and her parents. "Harry, how are you?" "Hermione, I am fine. How are you?" Harry asked before he introduced the Arthur to Hermione and the Grangers. When they got to Flourish and Blots, Harry found that a long poster had been set across the shop, Gilderoy Locke. Hart will be signing books at Flourish and Blots from 12 p.m. There was a long queue to the inside of the shop from the alley, but Molly had saved them places in the line. "Come on you lot," she told the children, "and behave. Mr. Lockhart will arrive in a moment." About a minute later, a man walked in the shop with hairs which were in curls and bounced up on his shoulders and he gave a smile to the crowd. And it looked like all the witches would swoon. Harry felt like gagging. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, honorary member of the League Against the Dark Arts. 5 times winner of Most Charming Smile by Witch Weekly. Please come in and form a line. I will sign books for everyone," he said, still smiling stupidly. As Lockhart went on, Harry said to Ron, "Such a long-winded bloke. You think he has done half the things that he claims in his books?" Ron shrugged. "Who knows? I mean, we have books featuring Harry Potter and his adventures in Harry Potter, and then comes Harry Potter denying he did those things." Harry snorted. "You got that right, mate." At that moment, a wizard with a camera stepped on Ron's foot in a haste to get to the front, yelling, "This is for daily profit." Quote. Ron muttered, "Big deal." Lockhart heard what was said and looked in their direction and exclaimed, "Gosh. That is Hadrian Potter Black." The photographer grabbed Harry. "Go near him." Lockhart pulled him close and tighter. "Together we will make front page, Harry." Harry tried to pry himself from the ponce, but with an iron grip on his hand, Lockhart dragged him to the front. Today, when Hadrian Potter Black walked into Flourish and Blots, he had no idea that he will be getting all of my books personally signed by me for free, but also the real me. There was so much simpering and applause at it that it disgusted Harry to see the looks on the face of the witches. Lockhart was continuing, "It is time to make an announcement that I have been sitting on for the past month. For the coming school year, I will be joining Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts." Ignoring the applause, RRY pried his arm from Lockhart's grip and walked out holding the set of books which were given to him. Harry found Ginny Weasley and gave those books to her. "You keep these. I will buy new ones." When they were finally able to leave, Harry ran into Draco Malfoy, who drawled, "The famous Hadrian Potter Black can't even walk into a bookshop without making the front page. Glory hog, aren't you?" Before anyone could say anything, Harry coolly replied, "Of course you would want some of that glory, won't you? Especially after Daddy Malfoy has lost his influence and wealth. Stay away from me, Mal. Foy, if you know what is good for your health." They pushed past him and walked out where Arthur was having his own altercation with Lucius Malfoy, Weasley, giving a bad name to purebloods. Mixing with riff-raff. "What have you achieved in your life by being a muggle-loving fool? You can't even get your children new schoolbooks." "Mr. Weasley said defiantly, "We have different idea about humiliating our heritage, Malfoy. Everyone knows what deal you had cut with Fudge to get out of the trouble between yourself and the Ministry." Lucius picked up books out of Ginny's cauldron and looked at them disdainfully before dropping them in. "It's a pity that your father can't afford you new things." Later, no one would he sure who had thrown the first punch, but everyone would remember Lucius Malfoy staggering due to the punch to his jaw thrown by Arthur Weasley, after which, the two grown-up wizards got into a scuffle like two children. Before anyone could do anything, they were both separated and picked apart by Rubeus Hagrid. "Break it. Cool down and go your own ways." Lucius freed himself from Hagrid's grip and went away, glaring at Arthur while Hagrid turned to Arthur. "Really, Arthur? That was stupid of you to stoop to his level." They said goodbye to Hermione at that point, and Arthur went with the Grangers, insisting on buying them a pint from the leaky cauldron while Molly collected the children and returned to Weasley Manor. "Hedwig," Harry coaxed his owl to wake up, "we are leaving for Hogwarts soon and I want you to fly ahead. Meet me at the school at breakfast tomorrow." Hedwig raised herself and took the offered treat and took to the skies. It was the day that they were to return to the school. Things were chaotic. Arthur had borrowed the car from Sirius to talk them to King's Cross, and they were getting constantly late. Sirius had brought the car from Arthur at a decent price but had allowed him to borrow it for taking his family to King's Cross. Arthur was already looking for another car to enchant it and sell it. As they were leaving, they had to constantly stop. Once they had to stop to let Ginny get her diary from the manor. Once the twins stopped them to retrieve their brooms which they had forgot in the manor. "Molly, I fear we may be late to the station," Arthur was saying. "If you don't mind, this big button here will get the car air bow RNE and take us to King's Cross in no time." "No, Arthur," she said, "we can be seen. We still have enough time to go back." They arrived at King's Cross with little time left before the train was due to leave. "Molly, you take Ginny and the twins with you," said Arthur. I will take Percy, Ron, and Harry with me. We will disapparate from the platform and I will later return to retrieve the car from the parking lot. I am getting late for work. Everyone had gone through when Harry and Ron took it at a run with barely 2 minutes to go. There. The barrier was nearing and they would be through within a minute to get on the express. Crash. Ron and Harry crashed against the wall and a harsh voice sounded, "Are you two idiots? Why are you running into a wall?" They found that it was a train conductor who was glaring at them. Hastily offering their apologies, they walked away. "Why, the barrier will close itself," Harry was saying, "it always lets us pass through." "Harry, it's 11. We could not get there in time. And I have heard that once the barrier closes, no one can come from that side too." "Here," Harry sighed, "and we have sent our owls ahead of us to the school. None of my elves will respond to my summons. What should we do?" "Harry, the car." "What about the car?" Harry asked him. "The car can fly and turn invisible. I can drive it," Ron said. "Let's take it to Hogwarts." "Are you idiot, Ron?" Harry asked. "So many things can go wrong with it. We can be seen, or we could crash in the middle of nowhere." "Well, then tell me when you have a brilliant idea about how we can get to Hogwarts," Ron said. Finally, Harry conceded that their best bet was to take the car to Hogwarts and hope it could take them there without stopping in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 4. They had missed the train and now they were staring at the car which had brought them to the station. "Ron, you do know how to drive, right?" Harry asked him. "Yes, I do, but I don't know if it will hold. I know for a fact that the charms which are worked in the body can go haywire if something goes wrong with it. It is not inscribed with runes but charmed, which means that driving it is a risk which we must take." "Do you know how to make it fly?" Ron grinned. "It is easy. Just push a button and it will take to skies." "And do you think it can fly all the way to Hogwarts?" "I suppose, but I'd rather not." "Do we have another way to go to Hogwarts?" "No, we don't," Harry groaned. "We released our pets to fly ahead of us or we could have informed the school and the elves won't listen to me." "I just wish there was some way to help us stranded wizards," said Ron. "If we did any mischief, we will end up being expelled." "Stranded?" Harry mused. "That is a brilliant idea, Ron." "What do you mean, mate?" Ron asked him. "Come along," he said, and they walked out of the parking where the car was. When they were on the road, Harry pulled out his wand. "Harry, we will be expelled if you did any magic," said Ron, panicked. Harry ignored him. Taking his wand in his right hand, he held it out to the curb. Bang! A few seconds later, a purple monstrosity seemed to jump out of shadows on the road. Its arrival was so violent that they jumped back to avoid being hit. "What?" Ron started to ask and then closed his mouth. "Welcome to the night bus," said a bloke stepping out of the bus. "Transport for the stranded witches and wizards. I am Stan Shunpike and I am your conductor for today." The conductor managed to say all that with an even face as if he were monologuing. Harry climbed in the bus quickly, followed by Ron. "Pick up our trunks and bring them aboard." The monstrosity of a bus was triple-decker and bigger than average buses on the road. On the lowest level were several beds and it looked and the upper levels were decked with chairs. Harry climbed to the top with Ron and sat on a chair at the front. The conductor had followed them. "Where are you going?" "Hogwarts," Harry said, "and we don't want a toothbrush or hot chocolate." "That will be 5 Gallio." The conductor stopped speaking as he looked at Harry's forehead and saw the faint outline of the lightning scar. "You are Harry Potter." He glared at him. "Yes, I am. Why don't you shout about it and tell everyone?" He pulled the money from his money pouch and handed it to him. "Here you go, and now please don't disturb us till we have reached Hogwarts." As the conductor left, Ron asked him, "What is this?" "It is a bus service run by the Ministry for Witches and Wizards W. Who are stranded or are disabled or too old to apparate or use the flow. If you are stranded somewhere with no means of transport, grab your wand in right hand, stick it out and it will come to you. See, Rias told me once they did some very funny pranks on a ride from Hogwarts to the Leaky Cauldron." "I haven't ever heard about it," Ron grumbled. "Because your parents never needed it, I guess." They watched as the bus wove its way through the London roads, even tight alleys, and the driver seemed to drive recklessly. He would weave in and out of traffic, never slowing down and yet always avoiding an accident. "Do you think he will crash?" Ron asked apprehensively as an entire farmhouse jumped out of the way of the bus. No, Ron, this bus won't crash. You can think it is going to crash, but it will always avoid anything that comes in its way. That is part of the charm of the bus. Can this bus go anywhere? Ron asked. As long as it is on land, said the conductor who had come up. Hey Harry, I always wanted to meet you, said the conductor enthusiastically. We get famous people on the bus every now and then. Harry realized there was no getting out of this without sounding rude. And he was not about to exercise his upper-class snobbery on him. Say, what can you tell us about this bus? Harry asked him, trying to sound curious. This bus can go anywhere as long as it is on land. Can't go over the sea, he said. We were somewhere in Manchester when you flagged us. Can't believe I am meeting you. Look, can you please stop making a big deal out of it? Harry said politely. I don't like people fawning over me. All right, Harry, said the conductor, standing up. Next stop is Hogwarts. I will get your trunks down. When they got off the bus, they found Thames elves in front of the gates of the school. Hagrid was at the gate, and when he saw them, he exclaimed, Harry, word is that you got lost. How are you, Hagrid? Harry asked him. And who said I was lost? Dumbledore got an owl from someone on the train that said you were lost, Hagrid explained. He has sent people to look for you. I guess we should go and find him then, said Harry. Are you off to fetch the students from the station? Yes, he said. They are about to arrive. They had hardly reached the double doors when a drawl reached his ears. Breaking the rules like your father, Potter Black. Harry turned to Severus Snape. With due respect, Professor, it is not your concern as to how a student arrives at the school. It is nowhere written that one has to take the train to the school. Severus's drawl continued. Of course you'd think that you are better than others to arrive by yourself with your sidekick. He leaned to Harry's eye level and said in a menacing voice, if I find you stepping out of the line even once this year, you'll find yourself expelled, Potter Black. I don't care who you have got behind you. That is enough, Severus, said Minerva McGonagall tersely as she had just arrived. Albus wants these two in the Great Hall before others arrive. As she led them to the Great Hall, she said nothing to them but a terse word. You two were very reckless and should have been punished, but Albus thinks otherwise. When they entered the Great Hall, it was vacant except for the teachers along with the headmaster, who was sitting in his throne-like chair with that twinkle in his eyes. As they entered, he beckoned them forward. I sincerely hope there is a good reason that you were not on the train. Someone had closed the barrier on the station, Harry said. We had just about reached the station and were entering when the barrier closed and we could not enter. Why you didn't an owl to the school? We had let them fly ahead of ourselves. We even debated about flying a car here. Dumbledore shuddered. Thank Merlin that you got the idea to take the night bus. I assume you enjoyed the ride. Harry shuddered. I won't take it again on Wand Point, Headmaster. Dumbledore chuckled. Since no rules were broken, there will be no punishment for you both. Take your seat. Others will arrive soon. It was an hour before others RTED to arrive in the castle, and on the head of the crowd were Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Potter Black. What idiocy did you get up to without me? Neville said, grabbing him in a hug. Gran was waiting for you at the station and you didn't appear. Then we learned that you both never got on the train. And Hagrid told me that you were already here and you came on the night bus. I had to elbow Malfoy and his cronies out of the way to get on the first carriage. Harry bear hugged his god brother. It just happened. Ron was thinking about taking Sirius's flying car to the school. Neville grinned. Next time, we will do just that. And Sirius will never let us hear the end of it, Harry said. As they talked, McGonagall led the first years into the Great Hall to be sorted. A moment of agony came for Harry when a student came for sorting with an old-fashioned camera in his hand. He was tiny wisp of a child and awfully thin. When Professor McGonagall called his name, Colin Creevey, he bounded towards the stool with enthusiasm. The way the boy was looking at everything with unrestrained enthusiasm, it made Harry realize that Colin was a muggle born who had never heard of the magical world before, and that he had not done anything special like reading ahead but was allowing things to overwhelm him. The hat took seconds to sort him into Gryffindor before the bow. Y bounded up and sat on the bench across from Harry. Hi, I am Colin Creevey. You are Harry Potter, right? I have heard a lot about you. Harry groaned internally. Colin, don't believe everything that you hear. Another sorting which caught his eye was a girl. She was about average height, pale blonde hair, wearing butterbeer cork necklace, radishes in her ear, and had a look of perpetual loss on her face, as if she had no idea where she was or why she was anywhere. Ron whispered from his side, "That's Luna Lovegood. She used to live near us in Ottery Street. Catchpole. Her dad runs the Quibbler." Soon it was time for the last student to be sorted. "Ginevra Weasley," said Professor McGonagall, and the Weasley girl walked to the stool. The hat sat for almost a minute and pondered. "Another Weasley. How many of you are out there? I don't believe I have sorted a Weasley girl for quite some time. Now where to send you? You have the loyalty of a Hufflepuff but a sense of bravery within. I think I will send you to Hufflepuff." Ginny mentally screamed, "Don't you dare, or I will set you on fire." "Send me to Gryffindor." The hat chuckled, "And there is the Gryffindor trait of Weasleys. I send you to Gryffindor." When the sorting came to an end, Dumbledore stood, "Welcome to our new students and welcome back to our returning students. Before the feast starts, let me give some notices. The Forbidden Forest is just that. Forbidden. Some of our older students too would do well to remember that. The list of banned items has reached to 272 items and can be seen outside Mr. Filch's office. He has also reminded me for perhaps the 1000th time that all magic is forbidden in the corridors between classes. Anyone desirous of playing for their house Quidditch team can give their names to their head of house. Now an important announcement. This year we have a new professor for defense. Please welcome Gilderoy Lockhart." There was a lot of applause from the young witches, but Harry on. Lee frowned at the blonde-haired teacher who looked phony to him. Even his smile kind of looked artificial to him, and he wondered how in the world Teen Witch Weekly gave it the award of Most Beautiful Smile. However, at that moment food appeared and Harry momentarily forgot Gilderoy Lockhart. After they were done with food, Dumbledore stood up again. "Before you all trot to your warm, comfortable beds, I have another announcement." He let the anticipation build in the Great Hall before he spoke again. "This year, Professor McGonagall in consultation with all head of houses have decided to start night Quidditch at Hogwarts." There was a lot of murmuring in the Great Hall and Harry looked at the twins incredulously. He knew that Dumbledore had known about each of their acts during the last year. But it appeared that he had liked the idea of night Quidditch a bit too much. "This tournament will be unofficial and anyone who wants to play can register your names with Madam Head of House. S will brief you about the rules for this tournament in a house assembly tomorrow after your classes." Harry had no idea how terrible Gilderoy Lockhart was going to be for the school, but it became apparent in their first class with them. The classroom, which was dark and dingy in the previous year, was altered to the likeliness of its new occupant. The walls were brightly lit, portraits of Guild Roy Lockhart were adorned on all the walls, and it made it look like it was a shrine dedicated to the Ponce. Harry, Neville and Ron decided to stay at back of the class. However, most of the girls were sitting at the front, and Harry perfectly knew why. After everyone had taken their seats and the girls were whispering among themselves as to what the class was going to be like, he came into the CL's room from the office door attached to the classroom. He had bright shiny wavy hair which swayed as he strutted like a peacock and gave that crooked smile showing all his teeth. He looked like as if he had just spent minutes before the vanity and worked on his looks. Neville said in undertone, "Anyone who can ask him what hair styling product he uses will get 10 galleons from me." Harry snickered. "Does it even look real?" "What do you mean?" Ron asked. "Well, I live with Sirius Black. I haven't seen a more fashionable bloke than him, and this Ponce can't hold a candle to him. He is very careful about his hair and probably uses more hair conditioning products than all the witches combined at Hogwarts, and his hair can't stay in place like this Ponce's does. It is like he has a wig on or something." They snickered while Lockhart was addressing the class. "So, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, the honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League and winner of Most Charming Smile by Witch Weekly for 5 weeks in a row. Before we start today's lesson, I would like to give a test to see how many of you have read my books." Harry frowned, and he was liking him less and less with every moment. When the test parchment came, Harry took one look at it and groaned. He had never seen anyone who was so self-obsessed as Gilderoy Lockhart, and he lived with Sirius Orion Black. It wasn't a test, but how much do you know about Gilderoy questionnaire? Harry decided not to write the test, and following his cue, none of the other boys did. After Lockhart had collected their tests, he started the lecture. He brought a cage to the front of class which was covered with cloth, lengthwise, and asked mysteriously, "Can anyone tell me what is in this cage?" Everyone gave different answers, and he kept laughing and telling no when at last he lifted the cloth. "Cornish pixies," said Seamus Finnegan in amusement. "Laughing are you, Mr. Finnegan? Let's see you laugh after I turn these loose." Before anyone could stop the idiot, he had opened the cage and the pixies started buzzing around the classroom, harassing people, tearing pages out of books, trying to vandalize things. Students were panicked and trying to run away when Harry shouted, "Do something, Professor." Lockhart was still smiling that stupid smile of his. "Of course, I will catch them in a minute." He waved his wand and said some gibberish. But nothing happened. Lockhart tried to run into his office when a pixie turned its attention to him, and Harry, who was already infuriated with him, sent a tripping hex at him. "OWW!" he yelled as he was planted face first on the solid floor. Before Lockhart could move again, the pixies picked him up by the scruff of his robes and hoisted him in the air. It too RNS out that it was a poor moment because Neville had also pulled out his wand at the same time as Hermione. Harry, Hermione, and Neville cast the immobilizing charm which stunned all of the pixies, and they started dropping on the floor with loud thudding noise. Lockhart took a dive to the floor for a second time. "Fred, George," Harry faced the twins, "I have a proposition for you." "A proposition? Is it another prank war?" "Harrikins." Harry shook his head. "No, it is very early to start a prank war. What I want is your help to harass Lockhart as much as you can." "And why do you think we should do that?" Fred asked. "Because he looks like a fraud to me," Harry said. "He is an idiot and he doesn't even know the basic things about defense against the dark arts." "He is an idiot, bu. It still does not mean that we will harass a teacher," George said. "We don't need another detention too soon." "Well, if you both are not going to be of any help to me, then I am afraid I will have to ask Sirius and Remus. I am sure they will have some ideas." "Harry, do a favor to us and please don't involve them," they said. "Sirius and Remus have told us that they will give their secrets to us if we can prove ourselves to them." Quote. Harry chuckled. "All right, so I take it that you are going to do it." "Consider it done, Harrikins. It has been here for many years. Ever since it was stolen, it has been kept here. The man who stole it never got the chance to use it or to remove sent by Godric were after him and searched every nook and cranny for him. It was important for him to get it back because it was part of a set. The goblins had forged it for him with another artifact, and one without another was pretty useless. We cornered the man who had it, but he buried it behind a lot of enchantments which we cannot break." "But why can't you break those enchantments?" asked the first wizard. "It is not that we haven't tried. We did, but we ran into dead ends everywhere. We even lost many people to those enchantments because those enchantments are powered by blood magic and only here his descendants could remove it. With time, most of us even forgot about it. Then the other artifact went missing and has not been seen since. Without the other artifact, this one is useless, and that is the only reason that we even tell you about its existence. So, unless one of you is descended from him, you both won't be able to remove it." The second wizard smirked. "In an unbroken line of succession, I am the 19th descendant of Phillips of Samaria who had the bitter quarrel with Godric. I am fairly acquainted with the type of protections that he could have employed. Rest easy that I'll be able to remove them. If you are sure, wizard, then about 10 kilometers northwest, there is a cave which looks uninhabited. Inside that cave is a string of tests that you will have to face before you will get to the prize which is kept for you. Before you go, I would like to be paid for my services," said the tribal wizard, and watched as a pouch containing 1,000 galleons was tossed towards him. After the tribal wizard had departed, the first turned to second. "What will you have me do? Oh, while you try to defy death and whatnot in trying to retrieve it. Is it even worth it now that we know what dangers are associated with it? We have worked entire life for this moment and I am not going to get cold feet, at least now. I know you can't enter that place with me for the blood-based protections will kill you, but I want you to accompany me to the cave, and if I don't return in 48 hours, seal the cave and leave. If something happens to me, abandon this quest and try to live an honest life. Nothing will happen to you, the first said vehemently. You are going to get it and we are going to do what we have always wanted. Potter Black, what do you think of our esteemed professor of Dada? Daphne asked Harry. They were sitting in the library. As like last year, Tracy W. as on the lookout and the ward device was on the table between them. Neville was there sitting between them but not contributing anything to the communication. Since they had a day of classes, it w. as time to see what they thought of the new teacher. Oh Daphne, I am very pleased with this choice of a teacher, Harry chirped happily. Daphne looked shocked. I didn't expect you of all people to say that, Harry. How can that flimsy, phony pathetic excuse of a wizard impress you? I am repulsed at you. Harry started chuckling with Neville, and when they were able to control their laughter, Neville said, Wonder Boy here hates him more than you. He is just saying this to rile you up. Daphne's eyes slanted and she said in a low growl, Is that so, Potter Black? You want me to test those charms my mother taught me? The grin on Harry's face immediately vanished. Anything but that. What is the general response about him among girls? She shuddered. Every freaking girl has gone mental over that Ponce. They think as if he is Merlin incarnate. I know. You know, while coming to the school, I tried to read a few of his works but they don't tally up. What do you mean? She asked suspiciously. Neville cleared his throat in elaborate display as if he were starting to say something. In his book Dancing with the Banshees, he says that he fought with the Banshee in June of '86. The thing is that in Gadding with Ghouls too, he fought with the Ghoul in June, '86. Unless he can be in two places at once, he is lying. But someone would have noticed. Don't you think? That is what intrigues me. In the meantime, I need to list up all the details of his exploits, but I just don't have the energy. Don't even think about asking me to do this onerous research, Potter Black, she said tersely. Well, I am not. I just need your help, he said. I need you to ask Lord Greengrass if he can find the truth behind these adventures. I mean, there must be hundreds of witnesses, but we haven't read about any. Let me get this correct. You want my father to go about and ask if there are any witnesses? She asked incredulously. Yes, he replied, but I won't be angry if you refuse. I mean, he has contacts everywhere. I could have asked Sirius, but I don't want to make think there is something fishy going on. I will see what I can do, she said, but in the meantime what should we do with him? You don't need to do anything, he said, we will start harassing him soon. And if you can, ask as many questions of him. Try to get him to make mistakes. And what do you hope to get by it? She asked him. Maybe nothing or maybe something. So, what are other plans this year? She asked him. What do you mean? Well, Lord Black's heir is bound to have some plans which we mere mortals can't think of. I mean, what about domination in the school? That is an ongoing plan, Daff, Harry said mysteriously. That afternoon, they had the house assembly where everyone of the Gryffindor house was assembled. Professor McGonagall was ready with her instructions and the expressions on her face were enough to scare off the younger students. It looked like as if she had come from battling a horde of magical creatures and still carried her anger from it. The tournament has been started as an attempt to foster friendship among the competition will be strictly friendly, and anyone who is caught showing any form of hostility will be banned forever. It is not necessary, but it will be encouraged that the participating students from different houses form a team. The school will supply brooms to those who cannot afford them if it is found that they have the skill to play. The matches will take place on Saturday nights every week, weather permitting. There will be no prizes, but you do this for your pleasure. Like all Quidditch matches, there will be spectators in these matches and Madam Hooch will act as the referee. The competition is closed to first years though, and there will be no exceptions. Another rule which has been sought to be enforced is that no student will be allowed to use racing broom in this competition because it is argued that using those brooms gives you unfair advantage. Anyone who is warned for their behavior more than 3 times will be banned for the whole year. Captains will be announced after we can see how many students are willing to take part in it. Are the rules clear to you all? When they all nodded, she continued, another thing. If anyone participating in these matches is found to be slacking in his work or misses 3 assignments in a row, then he will be taken off the team effective immediately and won't be allowed to be on the team for the rest of the year. Participate if you can balance things without too much stress. Now, are there any questions? Oliver Wood raised his hand. Professor, if someone has a racing broom and he can't use it, then what they can do? The school has a street ack of new brooms which were purchased last year, and Madam Hooch has assured us that those brooms are in the perfect condition to be used. Who will enforce the punishments? Harry asked. I mean, it can happen that a teacher would maliciously give detention to a student as much as they can just to get them banned from this. She curtly said, it was discussed in the staff meeting and it has been agreed that if any such instance comes up and any professor recommends for a student to be banned, the complaint shall be examined by a panel consisting of Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. They will decide if the complaint holds any substance. Professor, do we need to buy Quidditch robes? Ron asked. There is no need to buy a Quidditch robe for this, Mr. Weasley, she said. Sink. We can expect mixed teams, therefore you can wear your everyday clothes to these matches. It was apparent to everyone that this was well thought out and it was promising to be exciting. There were details to be worked out, however. The logistical details alone were worth a headache. Then there was the issue of providing lights for the stadium during the nights, for it was supposed to be night Quidditch. It was, however, thought favorable that the matches would happen on a Saturday night so there won't be any disturbances. Many people wanted to play on the Quidditch team, but there was no vacant place on the team. Maybe with the tournament, others would get a chance to showcase their talent to everyone. Oliver was thinking about the implications this could cause. Night Quidditch could give him some options in case any of his players were not ready for a match. This promised to be exciting and he sure was going to play. The last year they had played it in a lackluster environment, but this could be different. What he was interested about was how they planned to provide for light in the night. Travestor. Lord Black summoned his faithful elf, who appeared wordlessly. The elf bowed low to Arcturus. Master called for Travestor. Yes, Travestor, he said. Have you found the house elf Dobby? No, Master. Travestor is still looking for him. Travestor cannot go to places where he is not welcome. Find him soon, Travestor, Lord Black said. I feel it in my old bones that something awful is going to happen if we cannot find him. What of Hadrian? Have you been keeping an eye on him? Yes, Lord Black. Young Master is at Hogwarts and living with Master Neville and the Weasleys. Master had missed the train and take the big bus to Hogwarts. What? Lord Black exclaimed. How could he miss the train? The barrier be closing, Master, the elf explained, Travestor sensing elf magic at the barrier. Someone wanted to stop young Master. It is more important find the house elf Dobby as soon as you can, Arcturus said urgently. Now you will only look for the elf Dobby and no one else. You don't need to shadow Hadrian. Find Dobby and find him soon. As the elf dissipated, Arcturus walked to the Flow fireplace and threw a pinch of Flow powder in the fireplace. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. A minute later, he found Albus Dumbledore looking at him with an expression of surprise on his face. Lord Black, it is a pleasant surprise. I was trying to contact you, but you left no Flow address and owls cannot find you. What happened, Albus? Quote, your heir Hadrian had missed the train when coming to school and took the night bus. He arrived here without any incident, but I am suspicious about the barrier closing down on him. How could it happen? There is no precedent of it. My house elf who was tailing Hadrian at that time detected a house elf's magic at the barrier. I guess there is someone who wanted to stop him from coming to school. You need to keep a close eye on him. Dumbledore. There is someone out to hurt him. Dumbledore nodded. That may be, Lord Black, but not on my watch. I will make sure that young Harry does not get into any trouble. In case you need me, you can reach me at House of Black, Bulgaria, but don't share the Flow address with anyone. I will also ask Sirius and Remus to drop everything and return to London. Dumbledore nodded. That will be convenient, Lord Black. As Arcturus disconnected the call, he raised his voice and intoned loudly, Creature. The house elf appeared, bowing very low to him. Master calls. Creature. You will tail Hadrian at all hours without his knowing. You will keep an eye on him and report about his activities to me, but you are forbidden from contacting him by any means. Is that clear? Yes, Lord Black, the elf said, bowing low to him. You can go now, Arcturus said, dismissing him. The next morning found Harry sitting at the Gryffindor table with Ryan Pusey and the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hey Adrian, how were your holidays? Eventful but not as much as yours, I guess, said Adrian. I saw where you and Neville Longbottom participated in the International Under-14 World Championship. I am amazed that no one ever found out. Harry grinned. Well, I learned from the best. Adrian, when is Flint going to hold the trials? Oliver Wood asked. Next week, Adrian said. Provided Malfoy does not buy his place in the team. What do you mean? Harry asked. Malfoy has offered to buy a Nimbus 2001 to every member of the Slytherin team if we let him on the team as a seeker. What? Harry exclaimed. That is outrageous. Not if you consider the tricks that Lucius Malfoy daily employs, said Adrian, shaking his head. I wish there was some way that we could refuse him a place on the team. Harry grinned. Oh, that is easy. Just play along with me. What? Adrian didn't get to finish his sentence before Harry started shouting. What do you mean Slytherin can wipe the floor with Gryffindor in Quidditch if Malfoy was your seeker? Potter Black. Harry kept shouting. Did you forget the humiliating defeat that you suffered at our hands, Pusey? By now Adrian was getting in on where this was going. I am sure we can defeat Gryffindor with Malfoy as our seeker, Potter Black. You think Malfoy can defeat me? Harry asked incredulously. Potter Black, I can defeat you, shouted Malfoy, standing from his seat. In your dreams, Harry shouting before turning to Oliver, and how can you just sit there and listen to him prattle? Wood stood. Pusey, on behalf of Gryffindor House, I challenge House Slytherin to an impromptu match in an hour at the Quidditch pitch. Mr. Wood, you can't simply challenge a team for a Quidditch match, said Severus Snape in his slow drawl, vitriol dripping from his words. Oh, don't be a spoil sport, Severus, chimed in Gilderoy Lockhart. This is just a friendly match between friends. There is no harm in a friendly match. If no one is willing, I will act as the referee. I was a Quidditch player myself at a time before I started fighting the dark forces. Severus's lips curled in distaste and Harry also cringed. The only thing that would be worse would be Lockhart being the referee on the match, but there was no way they could back down from the charade now. That will be very impressive, Gilderoy. I am sure the students will get to learn a thing or two about Quidditch from a person such as you. Dumbledore then turned to the Great Hall. There will be a Quidditch match in the stadium an hour from now between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The match will be played on school brooms and the captains are free to select teams to their liking. Ry was aghast that Dumbledore actually praised Lockhart for his Quidditch skills until he realized that Dumbledore had been smirking. It was the smirk that he had reserved for when he was planning something devilish to happen. It appeared to Harry that Dumbledore actually wanted Lockhart to be the referee just to show his true colors to the world. Chapter 5. Welcome to the impromptu match. Between Gryffindor and Slytherin here at Hogwarts, Lee was saying, this match has been sanctioned by the headmaster and refereeing in the match is our own Gilderoy Lockhart. Wood has quickly assembled a team which had picked up the cup last year. I give you Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, Fred Weasley, George Weasley and Hadrian Potter Black. There was a triumphal roar in the field as the Gryffindor team flew in the stadium. After the applause had died, Lee continued, here come the Slytherins. I give you Flint, Bletchley, Urquhart, Pusey, Warrington, Bowl and Draco Malfoy. While many are surprised to see him on the team, yet it is due to him that this game is being played. We will see how he fares against the Lions. As the Slytherin team arrived, he started speaking again. Now here comes the new referee Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart swaggered onto the field, carrying the trunk with the Quidditch balls and a broom. Lee continued, he will repeat the rules for the benefit of the teams. So, I'm sure you all know the rules. Just follow them, okay. Harry, who was listening to him, snickered. The Ponce was going to make himself the butt of joke. Lee had caught on. The referee hasn't briefed the rules to the team, and this is a first. Perhaps he doesn't know the rules himself or he trusts them to not to break them. Wood, who had probably caught on by now, said to Lockhart, Professor, why don't you revise the rules for our benefit? There are new players on the team who do not know them. Lockhart was trembling. I don't think that is necessary. Mister, what is your name? They all howled with laughter. Lockhart was going to become the butt of joke by the end of the match. Professor, my name is Oliver Wood, said Wood, A.N.D. I think it is very important that we know the rules. There are too many rules for us to remember. I think Flint would agree with me. Won't you, Flint? Marcus Flint was also nodding along. Yes, why don't you revise the rules, Professor? Quote, the team stood around Lockhart, looking at him expectantly, and he sweated profusely. The first rule is, don't hurt each other. Adrian Pusey howled with laughter. Professor, why do you think we carry these bats, or there are bludgers? Lockhart's face went crimson. I mean don't use the bats to hit each other in. Flint and Wood apparently had enough of Lockhart's stupidity. Professor, leave the rules. I know you can't be expected to know all of them, perhaps never having played yourself. Just toss the quaffle and blow the whistle and watch for fouls. Lockhart perked up. Yes, that is what I have to do. Can you repeat which one is the quaffle? Harry was trying valiantly to control his laughter and picked up the quaffle and handed it to him. This is the quaffle. Now do you need our help to know when the match will end? Lockhart looked constantly tormented and looked as if he were in apparent pain, but trudged on. So I am now going to toss the quaffle. As he did toss the quaffle in air, the entire stadium erupted in laughter. Loud throaty bellows and jeers could be heard from every quarter of the stadium. It looked like as if everyone found it amusing. The reason for the same was that the teams were still on the ground and the referee hadn't asked them to mount up as Rolanda Hooch would do. Angelina asked Lockhart, weren't you supposed to tell us to mount our brooms before you tossed the quaffle, Professor? Lockhart stuttered something incomprehensible, however Lee was having fun at his expense. It looks like Professor Lockhart had no idea about a game of Quidditch, even though he may know a lot about defense against the dark arts. As the stadium laughed again, McGonagall, who was sitting beside Dumbledore, asked, is that why you wanted to hire him, Albus? Dumbledore smiled amusingly. I have no idea what you are talking about, Minerva. She pursed her lips. Right. You haven't suspected that his achievements have been shady over the years, or that he did not have the power to perform the deeds that he claims. I invited him here to show that world that he is all flashes but nothing of substance to him. I had hoped that it will happen in its own time, but I never expected it to happen so swiftly. As the referee has fumbled the match since beginning, we have no idea how he is going to fare in the match, but after this snag, we are now moving forward with the match. I have a feeling that today's match is going to be remembered in the annals of time. Wood had merciful. Lee told Lockhart about what to do before the teams took off, so the Ponce had released the quaffle and 2 bludgers. He mounted on his broom, which bucked him once, but he gamely held on and hovered at a safe distance over the pitch. Angelina is flying towards the Slytherin end when a bludger comes out of nowhere and she dodged, passes to Katie, who is apprehended by Flint. She passes it to Spin. Who throws it to Angelina, who is in the Slytherin end, and Bletchley fails to save. It's a goal. Lockhart's whistle came a moment too late to announce the goal, and the crowd was in stitches. The match hadn't even started properly and already it was so much fun. Flint flies towards the Gryffindor end and avoids a bludger and throws it straight at the right hoop, and Oliver Wood sends it away as easily as if kicking it away. That is a save. Harry was watching for the golden snitch, which wasn't seen yet. In fact, he didn't even see Lockhart releasing the snitch. Was it possible that the fool had forgotten to release it? It's Pusey with the ball and he dodges the 3 chasers and a bludger and a Weasley, and that's a Dionysus dive. That's a goal. 10-10. As the game got heated, Harry watched around and could not see the golden ball anywhere. Suddenly Harry had to dive steeply to avoid being hit by a bludger which came out of nowhere. He kept watching the game as it progressed, but had to swerve right again as the bludger came at him again. Harry, catch the snitch and we are ready to go, yelled Wood. The score was already 30-10 and they were ahead. Catching the snitch at this moment would put Malfoy in his place and give them the victory. As he took a dive to find the elusive ball, he had to pull out again because the bludger had returned for him. Now this behavior was not normal. Bludgers weren't supposed to target only a specific person. As he was thinking, the bludger returned again and he had to dive to avoid it. Malfoy in the meanwhile was trailing G behind him and mimicking his movements. At one point, Malfoy was beside him. What happened, Potter Black? Can't find the snitch. Harry laughed. By the looks of it, you can't find it either. Street. Op trailing me or it will end badly for you. Malfoy started to say, "Wah." Before he could say anything, his comet was rocked violently by the bludger which had been tracking Harry. Malfoy lost co-entral and started to spiral to the ground, and Harry shouted to the referee, "Do something." Before Lockhart could do anything, Snape had his wand out and shot a spell at Malfoy, who stopped falling in midair. Adrian Pusey was able to catch him and Bull got his broom. "We will have a brief timeout while the teachers attend to Malfoy," Lee was saying. However, Hadrian Potter Black is still flying. Oliver had joined him. "Harry, we are having a break. Come down." Harry answered, "Wood, the bludger has it in for me. It is trying to knock me off the broom, and I don't think Lockhart has yet released the snitch. Get him to release the snitch's match resumes." Wood returned to the ground, furious. He kicked open the box and saw that the snitch had not been released and turned to Lockhart. "Why is the snitch not yet released?" "Professor." Lockhart was easily intimidated. It must have slipped my mind." He immediately released the snitch and Harry watched its course while also evading the bludger. On the ground, Madame Pomfrey determined that Malfoy was not hurt, and then the match resumed. "Looks like Malfoy is fine. So, we're back in game. Here I'd like to tell you all at the referee had not even released the snitch. Malfoy started trailing Harry again, but at a moderate pace and looking for the bludger. As the snitch came into view, Harry lunged for it, and it dived down. Harry followed it and went into a dive with Malfoy following. As the ball leveled near the ground, Harry pulled at the last moment while Malfoy tried but plowed hard to the ground. Harry's fingers were almost on the snitch when the bludger flew at him again. Crack! A loud deep crack was heard, and Harry cried out in pain but leaned forward and grabbed the snitch with his other hand. As he caught the little ball, he rolled off his broom. He could see the bludger still coming at him and had no means to hide. It was almost certain that the bludger would turn him into a piece of grease spot. Other teachers had raised their wands to try and destroy the bludger, but suddenly it vanished without a trace. Harry's friends were there then and looking at his hand. "Let's take you to the infirmary," one of the twins was saying. However, Lockhart was there. "We don't need to go to the infirmary. I will mend your bones in a trice." Harry was horrified. "No, not you. I won't trust you with a canute, let alone healing my arm." Quote, Lockhart faked cough laughter. "He is delirious, don't know what he is saying." Before anyone could protest, he had waved his wand and presto. The pain, his arm vanished, but it dangled uselessly. It looked like a pink piece of flesh and nothing more. "What have you done?" bellowed Neville, who was watching Harry's arm flail uselessly. But he doesn't have any broken bones now." "Does he?" Lockhart said sheepishly. "Broken bones? He doesn't have any bones left," growled Hagrid, who had come to the field. "Get lost, ya idiot, before I let Sirius Black know about you." As Harry was resting in the hospital wing, he heard a great commotion and sat up groggily to see what it was about. Suddenly the door blew open on its hinges with a loud th. Ood, and in walked Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, their expressions thunderous and storm brewing on their faces. Hagrid was trailing behind them, futilely trying to stop were Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, also behind them, and they looked troubled. The reason for their troubling expressions became apparent as Lord Black walked into the Hogwarts infirmary. He had a murderous expression on his face and Harry could feel the anger radiating out of him. Harry tried to stand, but Sirius stopped him and searched all over him before he asked, "Harry, are you hurt anywhere else?" "No, Sirius," Harry answered. "Is it painful?" Remus asked. "Yes. Madame Pomfrey told me that as my bones grow, the pain will increase, but I will be all right by the morning." Sirius then turned to Dumbledore, and growled, "Where is the idiot who did this to him?" Quote, "Sirius, no, Dumbledore, you are failing in your duties," said Lord Black. "What made you hire that inept wizard?" Before Dumbledore could say anything, Sirius had turned to Minerva. "Is the defense professor office still on the 4th floor?" She nodded. "Right by the statue of the warlock Broderick." Sirius walked out of the hospital wing and Lord Black said urgently to Remus, "Go with him, Remus, or he'll murder that idiot. I don't want my idiot grandson to end up in Azkaban again." As Remus walked out, Arcturus Orion Black turned to Dumbledore. Now tell me the real reason that you have hired that idiot. I don't think he can hoodwink you into believe those acts of heroism. No, Lord Black, but I have my suspicions that Gilderoy Lockhart is a sham artist and nothing more. You see, I know for a fact that many of my friends did those deeds which he claims in his books, but unfortunately I can't prove it because their memory has been altered irreversibly. So why did you bring him here then? As I remember Lockhart from his school days, he was just an average boy, and as he grew his spell work became too sloppy. I am simply hoping that his ineptitude will be exposed in front of the whole world if he is teaching here. Have you lost your marbles, Dumbledore? Lord Black asked tersely. What makes you think that will happen? He has already proved once that he is inept at whatever he does, Dumbledore explained. A few more of these mistakes and he will be exposed before the world as the fraud that he is. If something happens, it will be on your head, Dumbledore. Lord Black roared, and if something again happens to my heir due to that ponce, I will make sure that you will pay for it. As it should be, Lord Black, he said, tipping his head. Now, is there anything else you want to talk about? How did that bludger go rogue? He asked. We haven't been able to find it, said Dumbledore, but my guess is as good as yours. I think someone had charmed the bludger to target Harry only. But since it vanished, we are not sure what was done. Arcturus nodded. Sirius has already seen that bludger and we have deet our mind that a house elf's magic is responsible for it. One of my elves snatched the ball away just as it was going to hurt Harry really bad. It has since been examined and destroyed. Did you find the house elf responsible for it? Dumbledore asked. Yes, it is a house elf named Dobby, but we haven't been able to find who his master is. My elves are searching for him, and once I do, I will mock him rue the fact that he was even born. Arcturus then turned to Harry. Take care, lad, and contact me if there is any emergency. As they walked out, Harry laid in his bed thinking about the eccentric elf that had visited him over the summer. He was about to fall asleep when he heard a loud crack and sat up, throwing the elf away who sat on his chest. Dobby is sorry, great Hadrian Potter, the elf wailed. Why are you trying to kill me, Dobby? Harry asked. I is not wanting to kill you, sir, the elf said. Yeah, right, Harry said, your bludger only broke my arm. Dobby punished himself, the elf said, showing his fingers wrapped in bandages. Dobby don't want to hurt great Hadrian Potter. I want you to go home. Dobby, I am not going home. Tell me what is going to happen at Hogwarts. Dobby can't say, sir, Dobby said, or Dobby will have to punish himself. As Dobby lunged for the bottle of Skelegroon, his bedside table, there was another loud crack and Creature Appy read and shouted in his loud bullfrog voice, Creature catches the bad elf. As the two elves started fighting on the ground, Harry watched in dismay. Creature seemed to have grabbed Dobby in choke hold, but the younger elf was more powerful and was able to free himself of his grip and punched Creature in the gut, which made him double over. Before Creature could do anything, Dobby vanished. Before Harry could do anything or ask anything from Creature, he also disappeared. When Harry woke up the next morning, there was a greetings card on his bed under his pillow. It was pink and a heart was drawn on it which would emit musical notes. There was no sender's name on it. Harry took one look at it and saw there was no note on it. Thinking who might have sent it, he could come to no conclusion. Daphne wasn't one to pull such antics, nor would anyone else that Harry knew do. As he was thinking about it, the matron came in and Harry asked her, who brought it? Don't know. It was her. When I came to check on you this morning. Your arm has healed nicely, and it would be tender for a few hours, but you won't have any difficulties in moving this arm. Now if you want you can go to the Great Hall. When he arrived in the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table burst into loud cheers and Neville ran towards him with Ron and Hermione in tow. They dragged him to the table, and he sat between the two boys. As he was helping himself to breakfast, suddenly there was a loud bang, and in place of Gilderoy stood a person who had black dreadlocks. His skin looked like it was rotting, blood oozed from wounds on his body, and he reeked of a foul odor. The students saw this and some of them cried in dismay while a lot of them laughed. Minerva McGonagall had her wand out and already undoing. Whatever had been done to him, while she looked haggard as if she had spent the entire night doing it. Harry turned to Neville. What happened? Neville grinned. Don't rightly know, but ever since breakfast started, he has been transfiguring, and every next transfiguration is more hideous. Mercifully Professor McGonagall is able to undo them, or it would have thrown us off our food. Harry grinned and said to him in undertone, I know. It must have been Sirius and Remus's doing. They had come to visit me in the hospital wing and looked terribly angry. I was afraid Sirius would have killed him, but this is better. Good for them, Neville said, and yesterday at dinner, Flint publicly lashed out at Malfoy, saying that he can't catch a snitch if it hovering beneath his nose, so he won't be playing for Slytherin. Have you heard from Daffy? Harry asked him. Neville grinned. Oh, she was so furious that she was going to hex him into oblivion, but I restrained her with a lot of difficulty. Good thing is that she has agreed to ask Lord Greengrass to find out if his deeds are real. Good, Harry said. Soon everyone will know he is a fool. It was then that Neville saw the card which Harry had tucked inside his robe. What is that, Harry? Harry scowled. It is nothing. Can you please shout a bit louder? I don't think the teachers have heard you. Neville grinned. Well, it looks like a greetings card to me. At the word, greetings card, everyone in the vicinity looked sharply at Harry, while Fred gave him a look which promised mischief. You sly boy. Who sent this to you? Before Harry could protest, Neville had pulled it out for everyone to see. Harry tried to snatch the card from him, and his eyes moved to panic-looking Ginevra Weasley. She looked mortified, as if someone had caught her with her hand in the cookie jar. Harry mentally groaned. He had found the sender of the greetings card. He snatched the card from Neville, glared at him, and walked towards the Gryffindor tower. As soon as he entered the common room, he threw the card into the fireplace, where it went up in flames. He'd have to do something about Ginevra Weasley, and do it soon. Gilderoy Lockhart was not going to tell anyone, but the last night had been harsh for him. It was just a simple mistake that the Potter boy had lost all the bones in his hand, and it wasn't even that much of a bother, because it would have grown back overnight. He was certainly not prepared for Sirius Black, the ex-Azkaban convict, to come blazing through his office door, blasting it off its hinges, wand raised and thunder in his eyes. Gilderoy was in his first year when Sirius Black and his friends were in their last. He had seen how they were and how much powerful they seemed. He had seen them involved in brawls and duels inside the school and outside, and was always terrified of them. He had actively tried to avoid him and his friends because he didn't wanted them after him, and when he had heard that Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban, he had been quite glad of the fact. He'd never imagined that Sirius Black will return to his life in such a way. He had just taken off his wig after having returned to his office when Sirius Black entered, looking ready to chew iron and spit nails. However, the expression had changed as he saw Lockhart without his wig on his head, which was kept on the table, and he burst into laughter. Remus Lupin, who followed him, was surprised to see his friend laughing like mad, and asked him, Sirius, what happened? He wears a wig, Moony, aid Sirius Black, trying to control his laughter. Have you seen someone more vain than him? Lockhart was furious and tried to move his hand toward wand, but his wand leapt wordlessly off his table and straight in the hands of Remus Lupin, who shook a finger. No, Lockhart. You don't get to use your wand with us. Before Lockhart could protest, Sirius Black spoke, and it was such a tone that would have made him piss his pants. I have heard that you hurt my godson, you stupid, ignorant ponce. What do you think you were doing? You were worse than a mediocre wizard. I ought to punish you with the darkest curses that I know for having hurt my godson, but seeing your vanity, I have another punishment in mind for you. He looked towards Remus Lupin, and they exchanged some glances between them. Lockhart could swear that he could understand what they were talking. Sirius, let's do it. Remus, Sirius, no, that will be too cruel. Sirius, he deserves it. Remus, but, Sirius, no buts. It is time that someone put him in place. Then Sirius turned to him. I see that you are too proud of your looks. When you wake up tomorrow morning, it is going to be the most horrible day of your life. They had cast some spells at him as they left. Since the spells seemed to do nothing, he kind of forgot about it until he woke that morning and found that he looked like a clown. His lips were swollen, His nose was as big and red as a tomato, and his golden locks were replaced with hairs which looked like it had not been washed in years. But that was just the start of the nightmare. Every hour, his appearance changed and he could do nothing about it. Other teachers pretended that he was doing it to himself on purpose. In fact, McGonagall even seemed to think that he was doing some good elf transfiguration and kept asking him for tricks. The misery continued and everyone kept laughing at his expense. It got so bad that he took the day off after his first class and remained in his office for the remainder of the day. He was also thinking about this stint as defense professor. It was true that he was awed by the chance to come back and rub it in others' faces, but it was seriously backfiring on him now. Only a few days in and he was already broken down. First they thoroughly humiliated him on the Quidditch pitch, and then Black and Lupin had done what was left. He vowed to never get caught unawares again. If things like this kept happening, it would be a serious blow to his reputation. "Harry lad," said the twins, "we have received a letter from Messrs. Marauders Wher. And they have implored us to cause mayhem for our dear defense professor. Sirius even said that the Ponce wears a wig to keep his hair shiny and wavy as he appears in his books. So, what is the next plan?" "Why do you blokes think I have a plan?" Harry asked them. "Because it has recently come to our knowledge that you have decided to unleash everyone on him. The rumor vine is saying that you have placed a bounty on him, and everyone who gets to harass him will get 5 galleons for every prank that is done to him." "You have heard it right," Harry said. "I want him exposed as a charlatan, and I have a great plan." "Are you going to share it with us?" they asked. "Of course. You both have noticed how overly dramatic his works are. I will go to the headmaster with a request for enacting a play based on his works, and we will get him to show us everything that he said he did. We will ask him to perform those spells in front of the entire school. When he ends up failing at it, everyone will know he is a charlatan and nothing more. A fair plan, but what makes you think he will agree to perform the spells? What if we brought in a reporter for report on the play? As far as I understand, Lockhart is a glory hog who won't be able to resist the temptation to get some more fame. We can work with that," they said. "Have it at him then, mates," Harry said, grinning. "I have a feeling that we are going to have some fun-filled days ahead." "Hermione," Harry called his bushy-haired friend, "can you do something for me?" "What do you want, Harry?" she asked, a little tersely. "Whoa, what has got you into a twist?" Harry asked her. "Why are you people after Professor Lockhart? I mean, he is a teacher. Why are you all making fun of him?" "No one is after him, Hermione. He brought it on himself. We didn't ask him to become referee in the match. If he doesn't know Quidditch, why didn't he just say so? Why did he had to poke his nose in affairs that are not his own? He is very good at defense, Harry," Hermione said. "Haven't you read his books?" "Hermione, I have seen his books," Harry said. "Have you read all of them?" "Yes, word to word," she said proudly. "Excellent," Harry said, rubbing his hands in excitement. "So you can tell me a few things." "What? Can you list all the things that he did in the year that he did and the place where he was at that time?" "What is the meaning of this?" she asked suspiciously. "Hermione, the headmaster is going to organize a series of plays on his books and want him to play the part that he did in those books. If we are to get a script for the plays, we need it all simplified. Who better to do it than you? It is often said that flattery can open a lot of doors for you. In fact, it is one of those TNGs which always works, and it did work on Hermione. No one had ever gave her a compliment as this ever, and she was already going through those books in her mind. "I can do it, but I will need a week to sum it all," she said. "Do we have that much time?" "Yes, Hermione," he said, "we have that much time. I will start working on it right now," she said. "Have you got permission from Professor Dumbledore?" "Yes," he said, "and he is very interested to see how it will turn out." Next on Harry's list was to get his friends on board with the idea to bring the downfall of had already secured Sue Port in Gryffindor, and Pusey and a few others had agreed to support him in Slytherin. The support of Slytherins had come due to the fact that Harry had rejected the points given by Dumbledore to them at the end of the year feast. Harry had demanded that every house be given the points or none of them. Dumbledore had withdrawn the points. "Susan, how are you?" Harry asked his strawberry blonde fry. and who was sitting near the Black Lake by herself. "Harry, finally you get time to see me," she asked. "Sorry Susan, I have been rather busy with the school for the last few days," he said, "and Lockhart is proving to be a nuisance." She nodded. "I know. He is a complete idiot. Auntie told me that he is a flimsy person, and she even suspects that he had done nothing of the sort that he claims in his books." "How so?" Harry asked interestedly. "In that book about the werewolf, he says that he forced the werewolf to change, and since then the werewolf never emerged again, but there is no such spell in existence." She said simply, "The spell which is described in the book cannot suppress the wolf forever as he claims, or there wouldn't have been any wolfsbane potion." "I hadn't realized that," Harry said. "Have you noticed anything else?" "I couldn't muster the strength to read through all that crap," she said. "Now tell me why you were looking for me." "Oh, it's nothing serious," he said. "Actually all of us are working on the plan to bring him down, and I thought you could mobilize the Badgers into pestering him in classes, forcing him to perform spells and teach you something." She grinned. "I'd love to do that. In fact, I'll put everyone to it today itself." "Thank you Susan," he said, "that is appreciated." She grinned mischievously. "Well, a thank you won't suffice." "What do you need then?" he asked. "I have heard that you know a lot of prank tricks. I want to learn a few of them, and I want to go to Hogsmeade." "I don't know how to open the hump which leads to Honeydukes. You'll have to take me to Hogsmeade this Sunday." "All right," he said, "I'll take you to Honeydukes." "So how your summer has been?" she asked. "I heard you were in the international dueling tournament. Auntie told me that you and Longbottom did well for first-timers. I didn't even know that you were training under Professor Flitwick. I tried to get him to train me, but he refused me after I couldn't disarm him in 5 tries. This was an exciting summer," he said. "I had planned to ask Minister Bones if you could come with us, but she told Grandad that you were going overseas for the summer, so I dropped the idea. We even met and befriended Victor Crumb." "Really?" "Yes, he is a very decent bloke," he said, "and we have been exchanging letters recently." "You'll have to tell me more when we go to Hogsmeade," she said. As Harry was returning from the lake, he ran into the blonde-haired Ravenclaw who was wandering in the corridors. "Hello, Hadrian Potter Black," she said. "I see that you are infested by Raxperts." What? What? They are tiny invisible creatures who fly around your head and make you feel dizzy," she said. "To get rid of their infestation, you should try to do pranks." "Pranks?" he asked in surprise. "What has that got to do with pranks?" "Pranks make you laugh and it clears any Raxpert infestation," she said, "and I also see that you don't like Professor Lockhart." "I don't hate him," Harry said, "but he looks like a phony wizard. Can you help me get rid of him?" "How?" she asked, tilting her head to the side. "Just corner him one day and ask him about your Rexputs or whatever," he said, "and also ask him to show you spells and jinxes in classes." "I will do that," she said, and turned to leave when Harry noticed something. "Ms. Lovegood," he called, and she turned. "Please call me Luna." "Okay." "Luna, why aren't you wearing your shoes?" "Oh, my housemates have hidden them as a cruel joke," she said. "Perhaps they also want to get rid of their Raxpert infestation." Harry immediately understood that they were bullying him, and he decided to do something about it soon. As Luna skipped away, he went in search of Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw prefect, and found her in the library. "Ms. Clearwater," he said, bowing to her, "do you have a moment?" "Potter Black, please don't bow to me. Keep essay formalities for the Wizengamot and the upper-class snobbish parties. Tell me what you want." "There is a first-year named Luna Lovegood," he said, "her dorm mates and probably others in your house. Have hidden her things, and I saw her walking around bare feet. Can you ask your housemates to return her things by tomorrow, or I will ask the Weasley twins to prank every Ravenclaw that they can get their hands on." "Are you threatening me?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry gave her a lopsided grin. "I don't threaten Ms. Clearwater. I do what I say." The twins are eager to assess some new pranks on unsuspecting victims. Chapter 6. The Ravenclaw prefects were meeting in their common room. They had convened at the behest of Penelope Clearwater, one of the prefects and a 6th-year student. It was widely believed that Dumbledore would name her the head girl next year, so she was well respected. "What is the purpose of this meeting?" a 7th-year prefect asked. "I was Fronted by Hadrian Potter Black yesterday, she said, and he told me that the first-year students are bullying their fellow first-year, Luna Lovegood. Bullying? How? Asked another of the prefects. They call her names, she said. And they have hidden her things all around the castle. Her books, shoes, clothes, everything. I inquired myself and found this to be true. What has Potter Black got to do with it? Well, he requested me to ensure that she is not bullied anymore, she said. He also asked me that all her things be returned to her, otherwise there will be consequences. What consequences? How dare he threaten a prefect? He was not threatening, she said. He promised me that if the bullying does not stop by the end of this week and her things are returned, then he will let loose the Weasley twins on our house. Everyone visibly shuddered. If the twins were let loose to wreak havoc on their house, then the future was looking bleak for them. They had also heard a boo. T. Potter Black's prowess with a wand and his penchant for pranks. So, what should we do? We have to ask the first-year students to stop their bullying immediately. Make sure that her things are returned to her and Potter Black does not go to Professor Flitwick. Once we have done the above things, I will talk to him. Is he really a threat? Asked one of the prefects. Don't you know who he is? Penelope said tersely. He is the heir of Potter and Black, which is two of the wealthiest families. He is the damn boy who lived. If you have known anything about him, you would know his guardian is Lord Arcturus Orion Black. I have heard from my father that Arcturus Orion Black is one of the meanest, cunning man to have lived in the present times. If rumors are to be believed, Arcturus Orion Black was the one behind throwing Fudge out of his office. His godfather is Sirius Black, who became an animagus at the age of 15. His father was a transfiguration prodigy and his mother excelled in charms and potions. If he has even half of their talents, he is more than what we collectively can handle. By himself, he is handy with a wand. He is also truly knowledgeable for him age. He have the qualities of leadership that has attracted other students to him. Do you think that we can control him or outman him? All the teachers except Snape fawn over him. I wouldn't want to get on his bad side. Travestor. Arcturus Orion Black called his house elf who appeared within a second. The elf bowed low. Master called for Travestor. What have you found about the house elf Dobby? Arcturus asked. Old creature found him before you. Where were you that you couldn't help him? Travestor was watching. Master, the house elf said. Travestor did not catch the bad elf or help creature. But Travestor follow the bad elf. When he disappear, Travestor knows to whom the bad elf belonged to. Whom? Arcturus asked in excitement. It was time for some old-fashioned justice to be delivered to someone who was asking for it. Dobby be belonging to House of Malfoy, said the elf. What? Arcturus said. He belongs to Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy. The elf nodded. If He belongs to the Malfoys, then it is clear that the slimeball Lucius is planning something nefarious at Hogwarts. If it wasn't that, then surely his elf wouldn't know about it. Now what has he done? Arcturus was musing by himself. With the revelation that Lucius Malfoy owned the house elf Dobby, things became complicated all of a sudden. If the elf were be to believed, then Malfoy was planning something dangerous. However, Arcturus thought that he had broken the viper's teeth last year when he took away all that gold. Maybe he was wrong. There was something more that he should have done. What are my instructions, Master? The elf asked. Arcturus was silent for a long time. Any move that he made had to be done very cleverly or it would have ramifications. Malfoy might not have the gold anymore, but he had brought favors off of many lords in the Wizengamot and he could call them in. He was not a threat by himself, but to deal with him would take cunning, because the storm that the LFOY Lord could brew would be another inconvenience. He was planning to have Sirius take over entirely, but if Malfoy was left to prance about like a peacock, he could cause troubles. But if they causing trouble at Hogwarts, they were putting the life of his heir in danger, and that won't do at all. He would have to do something and do it soon. It was testament to his cunning and his thinking that he had a plan ready within minutes. Spy on the Malfoys, said Arcturus. Be wary of the elf Dobby and try to find out what Lucius has planned. If Dobby is to be believed, Lucius has planned some EV at the castle this year, and the easiest way to find it is by spying on them. Take Lipsy and Mipsy with you and put them on Dobby. Try to get them to abduct the elf Dobby by any means. He can prove to be useful to us." As the elf disappeared, Arcturus picked up a pinch of flow powder, threw it in the fire. Gawain Robards' office, Ministry of Magic. Robards was startled to see the Black Lord calling him. Robards knew what Arcturus was capable of, and he also understood that it was in his best interests that he remained on the good side of the Black Lord and not antagonize him. "What can I do for you, Lord Black?" "Mr. Robards, I want to know if the Aurors have yet raided the manor of Lucius Malfoy." "I won't lie to you, Lord Black, but we haven't yet raided Malfoy Manor because the necessary warrant hasn't yet been issued. Despite what you did last year and took away his power, Lucius Malfoy still has considerable influence in the ministry. If by any stroke of good luck, we obtain a warrant for search of his manor, someone at the ministry would blab to him. I will get you the necessary permission," he said. "You need to prepare a team of your most confident Aurors who won't leak word to him. When you raid the manor, look for a dungeon or a cellar underneath the floors in their living room where they treat their guests." "Anything interesting?" Robards asked curiously. "Malfoy has been selling lot of dark artifacts in Diagon Alley lately," Arcturus told him, "but I believe that he has lot more concealed in that cellar. Prepare a team for a raid and in the meantime, have someone tail him." "I can do that, Lord Black," said Robards, grinning. After having talked with Robards, he picked up a pinch of flow powder and threw it in the fireplace. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. He was also thinking about a plan. If the house elves failed or couldn't abduct the house elf in time, then he had to have another plan ready to get his hands on the elf Dobby by any means. Fortunately, he knew myriad of ways to convince people to do his bidding. "Isabel," Harry said to the quiet Ravenclaw, "I never received any letter from you the entire holidays. And you are not talking to me at all. Did I do something wrong?" "Harry, no, you didn't do anything wrong," she said. "I have been caught up in a lot these summer vacations." "Want to share?" he asked. "I am not cut for the adventures that you had last year," she said. "I mean, I can understand why trouble would find you, but I don't have the stomach for the same. It was bad enough waiting for you to wake up that day in the hospital wing. I won't be able to take it again. We can remain friends but not as close as we were." "Isabel," he said, "I am not asking you to join me in my adventures. I know how hard it'd have been on others. All I want from you is your friendship. That is all that I ask. We will be friends, Harry," she said with a smile. "Now what do you want to talk about?" "What are the plans for world domination this year now that the plans for last year ripened so fruitfully?" "What do you mean?" he asked innocently. She scoffed. "Oh please. Don't I know that you meant to bring the houses together? You teamed up with them, you made friends even with Slytherins. You refused the points Dumbledore was giving at the end of year just because he was not giving points to other houses. I know it was because Gryffindor was already ahead in the run for House Cup that you showed such chivalry." Harry mentally grinned. It was for this reason that he liked Isabel. She could see through any plans that Harry made, but she wouldn't expose them to the world. Also, she was one of the girls who wouldn't fawn over him just because he was the boy who lived. If it were any girl that he needed to be wary of, it was her. "No plans as such," he said, "but how are you finding Lockhart's classes? He says he has done feats that put him at par with members of the prestigious Dark Four CE Defense League, but the way he behaves in the school, it looks like he has no magical talent at all. He hasn't even taught us a single spell yet. After Quirrell last year, I had hoped we would get a decent teacher, but my hopes were for naught." "Why don't you people embarrass him?" he asked. "Embarrass him? How?" "Well, ask him questions, make him do spells, show you how he did things," Harry said. "The idiot claims to have cast a Homifer's charm which cured a werewolf of its lycanthropy. Why aren't people asking him to do it on every werewolf?" "Where are you going with these questions?" she asked him. "He is a fraud, a charlatan," Harry said, "and if he remains at the school for the full year, we will learn nothing from him." "What do you want me to do?" "Ask him questions, get him to make mistakes and expose him before the school," Harry said. "May I come in, Minister?" asked Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of DMLE. "Come in, Rufus," she said. "What do you have to for me?" "The savage werewolf Fenrir Greyback has left the Isles and was last heard of somewhere in southern France. A task force of the Department for Care of Magical Creatures is keeping tabs on all other werewolves and trying to get them to register. What do you propose we do about Greyback? She asked. I seek your permission to launch a hunt for him, he said. We need to apprehend him at all costs. I have a team ready to leave as soon as you say so. Who is on the team? She asked. Senior Auror Proudfoot, Savage, Kingsley Shacklebolt, John Dawlish and Gawain Robards. But Robards is the head of Aurors, she said. What will you do without him? In his absence, Williamson will be running the department with my help, he said. We just need your word, Minister. Okay, this is a secret mission, she said. The Wizengamot does not know about it nor anyone else. A team of Aurors selected by you shall go forth and apprehend Fenrir Greyback. Try to bring him back if you can however if he puts any of the members of the team in mortal peril, feel free to put him down and bring his hide as a proof. Is that clear? Yes ma'am, he said, and she continued speaking. Now what about the Auror recruitments? 10 candidates cleared the entrance exam for the academy and will be going training in a few weeks, he said, and I expect all of them to be able to make it as a full-fledged Auror. The recruitment is still open, and we will be looking for more candidates. Good, she said. Now what about that mission? It is in progress, he said. Soon we will be in a position to direct things as we please. Keep me updated, she said, now dismissed. That mission was a covert mission that was being planned by the minister in secret with the head of DMLE. Ever since she had learnt that You-Know-Who was not dead, she had started thinking about things that could change if he were to return back to a body. This mission was to take care of a crucial aspect so that his uprising won't be as easy. As Robards left, her secretary announced another visitor. Mr. J of the Dark Force Defense League wishes for an audience, Minister. This was an unexpected visit. She KN EU of the League but also knew that this league hadn't taken head-on against Voldemort in the war. Why Mr. J would visit her was beyond her comprehension. Send him in, she said. A minute later, a man entered her office who was about average height, dressed in a robe which looked old. He was olive-skinned, had hazel eyes and he looked around as if he was assessing his surroundings. Please take a seat and tell me the reason of this unexpected visit, she said. Minister, first accept my congratulations on behalf of the League on becoming the minister, he said in a deep baritone voice. I have always said that Cornelius Fudge was not a good minister but a liability. Stop beating around the bush, Jeremiah, she said tersely. I have known you since you were a stumbling idiot. Tell me what brings you here. Hadrian Potter Black, he said. What you have got to do with Hadrian Potter Black, she asked. This summer I was contacted by Albus Dumbledore. The old wizard told me that last year there was unrest at the school and the probable reason for it. He confided in me that in his opinion You-Know-Who isn't dead yet and can return. It may baffle others but to mine old GE there are things that can bring one back from the dead, so I have good reason to believe his suspicions. What that has got to do with the boy who lived, she asked. The boy who lived is not an ordinary boy. I watched him and the Longbottom boy in the tournament and they had impressed me, he told. What were you doing at the tournament? She asked. Last I remember, you were not one to indulge in such dalliances. My curiosity was piqued when Dumbledore told me about the boy and his prowess, he said, and I was actually impressed with his wand work, casting, and dueling abilities. On the other hand, I also scout these tournaments as a recruiting ground for the League. Why would the League need recruits? She asked him. From what I remember, the League was nowhere to be found during the war when witches and wizards were dying left and right. The League did not move a finger when families like McKinnons, the Potters, the Pruitts were being obliterated. Wizards like my brother Edgar, James Potter, Lily Potter, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick died in the war resisting You-Know-Who and his forces, and yet the League was nowhere. It was due to the secret society Ord R of the Phoenix that we could fight at all. So, tell me Jeremiah, why does the League even exist in the first place? The League fought in the war, Minister. We may not have openly declared against him, but our members fought, bled, and died with others in the war. We lost many members in the war in ambushes, straight-up fights with those cowards. Your anger towards the League without knowing the full facts is not justified at all. He retorted, We have been doing our duty so others can stay safe in their cozy houses. If the League is so damn noble, then why in the name of Merlin did you make Gilderoy Lockhart an honorary member? I don't believe that you think he has done all those things he claims he did. The other members prevailed upon me, he said. They wanted to make him an active member. But it was my intervention that prevented that outcome. But we are digressing. I have come to talk about the boy who lived. What about him? He is a very bright boy, resourceful, knowledge and cunning. If there was to be a Mode Hogwarts student having qualities of all the houses, it would be him. He is also very powerful, and Dumbledore wants me to train the boy. What? He wants me to train the boy because he thinks that Voldemort will come back one day, and when it happens, the boy will be in danger, he said. I may agree with him, but it is not the right age for him to train with a member of the League. Why come to me with this? I have heard that you are close friends with Arcturus Orion Black, he said. Make the Black Lord see reason that it is not yet time for the boy. Maybe a year more and then I will take it in my hands. You mean Lord Black is in it too? He is, he confided in her. Dumbledore wouldn't have gone behind his back to do something like this. I'll see what I can do with it. Gilderoy Lockhart was given the patrol duty this night. After the debacle at the Quidditch pitch, he had stayed aloof of the students and other teachers, especially McGonagall and Snape. Snape had caught up with him after Black's curse had wear off. He came in his office, his cloak bellowing behind him, and sneered, "You are lucky that Sirius Black got to you first. If it were me, I'd have cursed you within an inch of your life." "What are you on about, Severus?" Lockhart asked. "You are an incompetent idiot who doesn't know one end of his wand from another," Snape said with contempt. "You harmed the students of this school whom you were sworn to protect. Is that how you plan to teach?" "I had no intention to harm anyone," Lockhart mumbled. "This is your first and last warning," Snape sneered. "Any other act like that one and you'll rue it." McGonagall was another matter. Whenever she saw him, she had the look on her face as if she were laughing at him. She knew what he has been through, and she recognized the handiwork of Sirius Black, for she had told him that he should count his blessings that Sirius Black hadn't hurt him with some obscure curse. And admittedly, Black had that many curses in his arsenal. That was that day, and today was another day. His duty was to scout the entirety of Castle from the bottom to the top floor once an hour, until midnight before retiring to his rooms. Since that disaster with the Pixies, he had been teaching students by the book. He had no idea if they were ready to learn some spells yet. He heard sounds coming from the nearby cupboard and his eyes lit up in anticipation. In his time, he was caught in a lot of broom cupboards and put in detention. It was his chance this time. He knocked loudly on the door of the cupboard. "Come out, you two, and be decent before you do. I don't want to see anything that you may have been doing inside." When no one came out, he rapped the door hard another time, and the door opened by itself. He cautiously pulled the door open, and lo and behold, there was no one inside. However, that was not the end. He could hear slight buzzing his ears and his head started to swim. The sickly sweet fragrance in the cupboard made his head dizzy, and he sat on the floor and started singing lullabies. He would cry, then laugh, and then start to sing the lullabies again. After some time, he seemed to be picking up an imaginary child and tried to put it to sleep as he sang lullabies. An unnamed student who watched him from afar said to his cohorts, "That is at least 10 galleons well earned." Lockhart was found in the said stage about an hour after midnight by Professor Snape, who took one look at him and figured what was wrong with him. He stunned the defense professor and took him to the infirmary. After securing him to a bed, he went to Poppy's office and rapped on the door. An irate Poppy poked out her head. "What do you want?" "Severus, someone has administered Lockhart the essence of hallucinary," Snape said, a sneer on his face, "and he was singing lullabies while rocking an imaginary baby to sleep when I found him." Poppy shuddered. "Oh dear. Where is the poor man?" As Poppy treated him, she was talking to Snape. "You do realize that the essence of hallucinary can be found only in the stores of Potion Master at Hogwarts because it is very costly and cannot be sold to anyone but an accomplished Potion Master." "I know this," said he, "and I had a suspicion that someone had been into my stores. I will inquire deeply into this." "There is something else that I have found," she said. "For the essence to be most potent, it needs to be administered orally. However, it was administered to him by fumes. It isn't as dangerous, but I thought you'd like to know. Also, you have to inform the headmaster, she said. He should. No, Lockhart is a popular wizard, and it will not do for the story to be leaked to the world. When will he get better? Snape asked. I have no idea, but somewhere between a few hours to a day, she said. The two men had just returned to Wizarding Britain after years. The years that they had spent looking for the artifact which was lost to the sands of time but was found again. They had a very specific function for which they wanted to use it, but to make it complete, they needed another item. It was part of a set specifically. So now that we have it, how do you plan we use it? We will have to corner him alone. That is the only way that we can avenge our master on him. We can't take him out in public because there will be too many witnesses. What do you suggest then? I say we kill him whereas right now. On the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It will be our moment that we'd have killed the savior of Wizarding World at the most prestigious institute of magic. How do you suggest we enter Hogwarts? We'll find a way. We have waited years for this. We can wait a few months, said the other. In the meantime, we can search for the second piece. But it was hard finding the one piece, said the first. At least we knew where this could be. But the second piece hasn't been seen for centuries now. We will find it. What shall we do after we have finished him off? I have it on good authority that our Lord is alive, said the first. After we kill him, we will take his head as a trophy to our Lord. Our Lord will rise again, and we will be his commanders. And why you never told me that our Lord is still alive? Asked the second. Because I didn't want you to get excited and lose sight of the artifact that we were trying to acquire. I knew that being a descendant of Philip of Samaria, only you could acquire it. Where is he? You'll know when the time comes. Everyone please pay attention here, said Professor McGonagall to all the students who were in the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore has some announcements. Professor McGonagall has informed me that she has the complete list of every student who wishes to participate in Night Quidditch. There are about 70 students who have given their names, and they will be allotted to teams in a bid which will be held on the Quidditch pitch this evening, he said. As he sat down, the murmuring grew in the Great Hall while Harry was looking at the teacher's table where one figure was noticeably absent. I wonder where Lockhart is, Harry said to his friends. The question was rhetorical but was answered by a fourth-year Ravenclaw, who had just come up to them. I can answer that. Potter Black, since you have declared a bounty on him, everyone has been devising means to go after him. Some of the claws lured him in a trap and made him sniff the essence of hallucinary. He is out of commission and won't be waking up at least today. And when he does wake up, he will be tender for a few days. I have come to collect the bounty. Harry grimaced. I hadn't asked people to put him in the hospital wing, for Merlin's sake. How many of you were involved anyway? There were 3 of us, she said. I'll send 15 galleons to you, he said. Keep up the excellent work but tone down your enthusiasm. I don't want permanent damage to happen to him. As the Ravenclaw left, Gred was saying to Forge, trust a Ravenclaw. To go over the top with a simple thing as a prank. Harry turned to Fred and George. I am disappointed that it was not you guys who pranked him. I mean, a Ravenclaw got the first dibs. Can it get lower than that? You guys need to up your game. It was a rebuke for the twins. They had been planning something special for him, but the claws got there first. The last bird gets the worm, said Gred sagely. Let them fight it out first. We will strike in our own time. It was a Saturday, and the students were in no mood for study. Harry had already finished his homework and had free time on his hands. He was planning to use this time to go and meet the headmaster when Susan Bones approached him. Harry, she said as she walked towards him, a smile on her face. Susan, why are you grinning like that? Harry asked her suspiciously. Well, you had promised to take me to Hogsmeade today. I almost forgot, he said. Well, we should get going. They soon found that they were not the only ones who were going though. As they neared the hump of the old crone, Harry found Neville Longbottom about to slide in the hump while Daphne stood nearby. Oi Neville, Harry shouted, you are going without me. Daphne shifted her icy gaze upon him. It is me who is forcing him to go. As I see it, you two morons have all the fun without me. I don't even know why I ever agreed to your plan. Oh Daphne, Harry grinned. You well knew why we were doing this. However, we are digressing. We would better get going before Filch finds us here." Without a word they all entered the passage, closing it behind them. Honeydukes was empty of patrons, which was good for them. "We are going to the Three Broomsticks," said Daphne. "You both can join us, or you can go your way." "We are coming with you," Harry said. "We won't stay long anyhow." Harry had no idea why, but he didn't want Daphne to stay out of her sight. He felt that if she wanted to go to Hogsmeade she should have asked him. He would have been more than happy to do it, but she chose Neville Longbottom. At Three Broomsticks, they approached the bar where Madame Rosmerta was. She perked up seeing them. "Welcome you lot. But you chose a wrong time to go out." "Why?" Harry asked. "Sirius has just left, and he will return in a short time," she said. "If you want to stay, take one of the private parlors." "Was he alone?" Harry asked. "No, he was here with Remus, and they were talking about meeting someone here," she told him. "So you want the private parlor or not?" "Yes please," said Daphne before any of the boys could say anything. Once they were in private parlor and supplied with butterbeer and lunch, Susan asked them, "What were you saying about a plan?" "Daphne, it was nothing Susan," said Daphne, trying to evade her. "I don't believe it was nothing," Susan said. "Tell me what it was about." "I will tell you," Harry said. "I am ready to do this as a show of faith, however you can't tell about it to anyone." When she nodded, he started. "I once asked my guardian what Hogwarts was like. He told me that the students don't mingle much when they are sorted into different houses, and that is the way it remains until they graduate. Now I was curious why they don't talk with each other, seeing Slytherins have a lot in common with Gryffindors. He told me that is the way it has been since he was a student. I wanted to change this dynamic, so we three hatched a plan. Neville and I were sorted in Gryffindor, and Daphne is in Slytherin, where she has made some friends who have been very useful to us last year. They introduced us to more people, and the distinctions have started to blur now." "Is that why you refused those points?" she couldn't help but ask. "No, we refused those points because it was not fair to give points only to Gryffindor when every house had helped us," answered Harry. "If we want the houses to remain friends, there should be no such distinction." "Enough of this talk," said Daphne. "What are we going to do about Lockhart? Did you find anything, Daphne? Father told me that he has tried to verify his deeds, but so far, he has found no one who can claim that he saw Lockhart doing the things he boasted about. He thinks it may be a dead end anyway." "Request him to keep looking," Harry said. "Something is bound to turn up sooner or later." "I have made a plan," Susan announced. "What is the plan?" Harry asked. "You do know the book about banshees?" she asked, and continued before they could answer. "Now he claims to have defeated the banshee. And he is going to teach that in the next lesson. I was hoping I could get a banshee and ask him to do the miracle again." "Susan, banshees are wild creatures," Harry explained to her. "You can't just get one at a shop. However, your plan is good. I think I can persuade someone to provide us a viable alternative to a banshee and use it on him." She grinned. "That would be fine. Do I still get the 5 galleons though?" "Of course," Harry said. "You will get it in the evening. You lot might want to move on," said Madame Rosmerta as she came up to the private parlor. "I have it on good author. Ity that Professor McGonagall and Professor Vector are coming to the inn. You don't want to be here when that happens." They thanked her and left hurriedly. Susan had to buy some things while Daphne wanted to return to the castle. Harry reluctantly told Neville to take her back while he helped Susan with her purchases. About an hour later, they left Scrivenshafts and were walking down the high road when Susan said, "Tell me something about your childhood." "When my parents died, Dumbledore took me to my Muggle relatives. They weren't really thrilled with taking me in, but they did. So anyway, Dumbledore left me there due to some blood protections that were raised in the place due to the sacrifice of my mother. They were not the best of Muggles, and if Remus was to be believed, they harassed me. Lord Black wanted an heir for his house, and none of the existing heirs were suitable in his opinion. He devised a plan and had Remus removed me from the Muggles' house. Somehow Dumbledore didn't discover I was gone until they were away. Dumbledore had no option but to wait for any news of me. In the meanwhile, Lord Black and Remus raised me as normally as possible. They didn't even telephone. Tell me that I was famous until I was 7 years old. They wanted me to be as normal as possible and waited for me to grow up to tell me, so the stardom won't go to my head. Now your turn. My parents were personally murdered by you-know-who. After their death, Auntie raised me like her own. Since she was working, I would spend most of my day with Hannah, whose mother was best friends with my mother at Hogwarts. Auntie had also lost her husband at the hands of Death Eaters and she was grieving. She loved me the best way possible, and we became each other's solace. However, she never spoiled me but took a firm hand in raising me. I think she was afraid that she would fail her brother if she allowed me to be spoiled. Tell me about your accidental magic. I don't remember much, but the earliest that I know is what Remus told me. When he was trying to find me, he came to the house of my Muggle relatives and the window of their house had been blown away from the inside and there was some residual magic lingering there. It was this magic that helped her to find me. Now your turn. I was very little at that time. One night, I woke up in the middle of night and I was hungry. I didn't want to wake Auntie or our elf, so I thought I would help myself find some food. There was no food to be found in the kitchen, but there was a jar of perfectly baked cookies on one of the shelves. In my hunger, I summoned the jar to myself. Thankfully, it was enchanted with featherlight charms, so I didn't get hurt. As soon as I caught it, I ran to my room and finished the jar. Next morning Auntie found me with crumbs all over me, the empty jar on one side and a tummy ache. She couldn't figure out whether to scold me, laugh or give some potion for the tummy ache. She ended up doing all three. As they were talking, they passed the shrieking shack. Susan took a look at the dilapidated building and shuddered. You know this is the most haunted building in Wizarding Britain. Harry laughed. No, that is not true. Those false rumors were spread because this building used to house a person who was a werewolf. The said person was a student at Hogwarts and on every full moon, he would be brought to the shack and left here. When he would turn in a werewolf, he used to make such ruckus, destroy furniture that gave birth to these rumors. Dumbledore heard the rumors and encouraged them, so people won't go near the place. I don't believe it, she said. Nonetheless, it is true, he said. There is a secret passage which leads from this place to Hogwarts by means of a secret tunnel. He said tunnel was used whenever he was brought in from the castle. How can you hide a secret passage in a school full of nosy students? She asked. Harry grinned. They planted the Whomping Willow over it. Since the tree attacks anyone who goes near it, no one would try to find out what is underneath it. I still don't believe it, she said. Then let me show you, he said, walking towards the gate of the building. Susan tried to stop him but then realized that it was futile. Gathering all the courage that she had, she followed him inside. The door was easily opened with one of the spells that Sirius had taught Harry. However, the insides of the shack were changed. It looked like it had been refurbished. There was new wallpaper on the walls, the furniture had been replaced. Looks like they are using it again, Harry told her before realization dawned on him. Of course, it is again in use. Hogwarts has allowed werewolves to join the school this year. This is where they will be sent to spend the full moon night. Quote, Susan wanted to argue with him, but some deep gashes on the furniture, some claw marks on the walls were already telling her that Harry was telling her the truth. However, it was also making her nervous. Can we leave? She asked. Sure, come along, he said as he led her through the tunnel. The tunnel was not very big or high and no full-grown man could walk upright inside it. It shrunk as they walked and at the end, it was so narrow that they had to bend their heads to pass through. Susan was about to step about before Harry caught her hand. Let me immobilize the tree first or it will beat us to a pulp. How will you do that? She asked. Harry looked hard and found the knot which was used to freeze the tree. It has been painted green to blend in, and if someone didn't know what they were looking for they wouldn't find it. He levitated a branch and touched the knot with it. The tree instantly froze, and they walked out. Harry made Sue to remove the branch before he left though. He had thought they would be alone when they exited the tunnel, but he hadn't counted on his bad luck. Leaning against a boulder, a lemon drop in his hands and waiting for them was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Chapter 7. Mr. Potter Black and Ms. Bones. Dumbledore said amusingly, I should have known that it was you, Mr. Potter Blah. CK that can go out of the castle at will despite having been told not to. And I am also surprised at you, Ms. Bones. I think 20 points apiece and a detention will do. Harry consoled himself with the fact that it could have been worse. A detention and 20 points apiece were not a huge loss to him since he could earn the points back in a day. He also knew that if Dumbledore wrote a letter to his guardians, Lord Black would pay no heed to the same publicly. Professor, how did you know someone was using the tunnel? Were you keeping an eye on me? Harry asked him. He needed to be sure he had covered his bases the next time. By any length of time, this was not going to be his last outing from the castle, but he would be damned if he didn't plug in the leaks. The headmaster chuckled. Nothing so drastic, Mr. Potter Black. It is just that, as you may know, the shack is being used to house werewolves again during the full moon, and knowing about the past as I do now, I have placed several wards on the tunnel entrance so I'd know if someone got access to the tunnel anytime. A necessary precaution. Professor, how many werewolf students are there? Susan asked. I am not going to tell their identities to you, Ms. Bones, he said, but there are 5 such students in the castle. They are taking their potion and not being a hazard to anyone. Are you going to tell Lord Black that I got out of school? No, my dear boy, he said, Lord Black does not concern himself with such trifles. He does not abide by nuisance and idiots, but he also knows that you are a child. He isn't going to restrict you from living your childhood. Professor, why did you engage Professor Lockhart to teach us? Susan asked. In all the classes that we had together, he has failed to teach us even a simple spell. I don't know how students are expected to pass owls and newts with him teaching. It was not my intention to hire such an inept wizard to teach such an important subject. But owing to the string of failures that Hogwarts have had for decades now, to keep a defense professor for more than a year has made people wary. No teacher has stayed at Hogwarts for more than 1 year for several years now, and as a consequence, only those desperate apply for the job. Lately, even those numbers have been dwindling, and this year there was only one applicant who actually applied, and that was Professor Lockhart. He was literally the only choice. But there must be some reason for it, said Harry. Has no one tried to find it? People have tried to find the reason for the same, but no one has succeeded. Dumbledore said. Even the famed curse breaker Patricia Rakepick, who turned out to be a dark witch later, committed some investigations into the same, and we found that Air was a curse on the position which never let anyone stay on the same for more than a year. However, she never found the source of the curse. Since then, we have combed every inch of the castle to try and find the source, but we failed to find it. This curse never lets anyone stay on the post for more than a year. You mean we have to bear Lockhart for the year? Harry asked. Sirius told me he was a talentless wizard even when he was student. Mr. Black has a propensity of judging people's talents by his standards, which are really high, considering him and his friends were some of the most talented students that we had the honor to teach. He and his friends accomplished so much that no other student has come close. James Potter was a transfiguration prodigy, and he could have pursued a mastery in it if he wanted. Then there was Sirius, who was adept at curses and hexes, an expert duelist. Remus Lupin could learn anything he put his mind to, but he was attuned to creatures and dark arts in general. There were only a few who were as knowledgeable as him in dark arts. That sound like an excuse, Headmaster, said Susan. It may be, Ms. Bones, but it is the truth, Dumbledore said. Now run along before it is curfew time, and don't let me catch you going out of the castle again. Lucius Malfoy was reading a statement which he had received from the gnomes of Switzerland. During the war, the Dark Lord had heavily leaned on him to fund the war from the Malfoy fortune, and if it were not for masterful handling of Abraxas Malfoy, he may as well have plundered it. Axis Malfoy never wanted his son to take the mark and become an active Death Eater. He wanted the Malfoys to remain a silent supporter and apparently neutral, but it was Lucius's young blood that had insisted on being actively drafted in his service. Abraxas had used his business acumen and stashed away a large portion of the Malfoy wealth with the gnomes, with the understanding that it would be invested in ventures as they saw fit and returned when demanded with interest. However, the need for demanding to return the money never arose because the Dark Lord died at hands of a year-old child. Roxas, who perished in the dragon pox epidemic, had told his son to not touch the gold with the gnomes no matter what, since if things turned for worse, he would have money stashed up for his family. Lucius followed that order and was now reaping the dividends. When Lord Black had ended his crusade against him, he was left with paltry 4 million galleons, of which half went into taxes that were imposed by the ministry under the new tax regime. "Master," said his elf who appeared before him, "orders at the ward line." Lucius dismissed the elf without even sparing a glance at it. It was a creature that lived to serve him and his family. The blasted things were meant to serve him and remain below him. It was not as if the ugly things could be of any use except being servants to wizards. A thought which worried him at the present was the presence of orders at the ward line. He had not received any tip-off from any of his ministry contacts about a raid on his residence. Yes, he had heard that the orders were raiding residences of other pure bloods, but he had been assured that his manor wouldn't be raided before he was informed. He also knew that he couldn't deny them entrance in the manor without it being considered suspicious, and on the top of his other problems, he didn't want to be at loggerheads with the ministry, especially with Bones as minister. He threw a pinch of flow powder in the flow and called, "Pious thickness." Pious face appeared in the flow grate. "Lucius, what I can do for you? Tell me why I didn't receive a warning before an Aur contingent is here at my manor raiding my house." "What? I haven't heard anything like that. I mean, yesterday Robards was talking about preparing a raid party for the Knots, but a raid on your manor wasn't in the plans." "You are losing your edge," Lucius screamed. "Due to ineptitude, Aurs are ready to raid my residence." "Let me talk to Robards," he said. "In the meantime, send your wife to receive them. I will get Robards to cancel the warrant." "Do it and you'll have my gratitude," Lucius said. As Pius retreated from the flow, Lucius went in search of Narcissa, whom he found in the library. "Narcissa, the Aurs are waiting at the ward line." "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Will you please receive them and stall them as long as possible?" he asked. "I have Pius trying to cancel the warrant." "Of course," she said. As Narcissa went to receive the orders, Lucius returned to his study where Pius' head was waiting for him. "Bad news, Lucius." "What happened?" "I went to Robards, who told me that the raid was authorized by Scrimgeour and he was directed by Minister Bones. He said, I asked him to cancel the warrant, but he told me that it is above his pay grade." "Blast!" he roared. "If I am going down, I'll take you all with me." Pius didn't reply to the threat but retreated hastily. He had a lot to do if he wanted to avoid going down with the ship that was Lucius Malfoy. "Today, I am going to tell you how I defeated Wagga Wagga Werewolf," Lockhart was saying. "Those who have read my books will know that I used the Homorphous charm to force a werewolf to change its form on a full moon night. Since then, the town of Wagga Wagga has never been plagued by the werewolf." Harry cringed. The Ponce was talking about things that he had no idea about. He couldn't bring himself to read his atrocious books, so he had talked to Hermione about the same and asked how he had subdued a werewolf. What she had told him has further cemented his opinion that Lockhart was a phony. The book, Wandering with Werewolves, talked about his feat where he had defeated a fully turned werewolf with nothing but the Homorphous charm. The thing is that Harry had learnt about werewolves in detail because he had lived with one for all these years. He knew how dangerous a werewolf was and how difficult it was to subdue it even in normal circumstances. And he also knew that the Homorphous charm wasn't effective on a werewolf, and the most that it could do was to temporarily return a werewolf to a human form. "Volunteer to reenact the scene where I defeated the Wagga Wagga werewolf," Lockhart was saying. None of the students raised their hands in answer. His eyes roamed in the class and settled on Harry. "Harry, will you like to do it? Come on up." Everyone was snickering at his bad luck, however Harry was smirking. Lockhart had no idea what was coming to him. "Now Harry, I will imitate whatever I did to subdue the werewolf while you will act like the wolf," Lockhart was saying. "Do you get it?" Harry grinned. "Of course, Professor. Let's begin." Anyone who knew Harry would be wary of him if they saw that grin on his face. It was the same grin which announced catastrophe. The same grin which came on his face as he planned to wreak havoc. Neville gave a grin in reply to him while Hermione looked intense. Ron was also trying to tell him to give his deserved due to Lockhart. As Lockhart pretended to pin Harry to the ground, Harry lashed out with his fist and Lockhart doubled over in pain. I am sure that the werewolf was savage, Professor, Harry said innocently, and he wouldn't have come quietly. I am sure that you want to give them a realistic experience, but I can stop if you want. Of course, Harry, Lockhart had barely said before Harry pounced on his shoulder, pretending to bite while making savage noises. Ha! Harry! Lockhart separated Harry from himself with difficulty. I will lie down on the ground and you'll pretend to pounce on me. I will. I'll pretend to cast the charm and you'll pretend that you are changing. Harry innocently said, Of course, Professor. As Lockhart laid down, Harry jumped on him, avoiding the hand which was trying to capture him. He kicked the wand away and pretended to maul him. A few seconds later, Harry sat up. Sorry, Professor, you are now a part of the tribe of Wagga Wagga Werewolf. Lockhart sat up, grimacing. He was in considerable pain, with Harry having kneed him in the stomach and the groin, and the boy had even bit him. Class dismissed, he said, breathing with difficulty. For the next class, writ. A poem on my defeat of Wagga Wagga Werewolf. Daphne said, But Professor, Potter Black has defeated you. Shouldn't be writing about Wagga Wagga Werewolf turning Gilderoy Lockhart. And Professor, can you please teach me the homorphous charm? Harry asked. It is very complex charm, Lockhart said. It is taught at Newt level. Oh, I hope that Newt students would get to learn it from you, Harry said, grinning. As the students were going to their next class, Hermione asked Harry, Why did you hit him? He is a professor. Hermione, I didn't hit him. He asked me to demonstrate the werewolf. You don't expect me to just act the part and get humiliated. And he is the defense professor. He is used to injuries more grievous than this. He also knew that Hermione won't listen to him, so he left her to his own devices. Malfoy trotted in the parlor where the Aurors were being entertained by his wife. Since he knew that no one of his contacts at the Ministry would help him, he had to rely on his skills alone. The Malfoy name still commanded respect, and he was sure that he could bully and threaten the Aurors into leaving his manor with a cursory inspection. He was even prepared to throw galleons at them to make them go away. He took a deep breath and put on his lord face, which often intimidated others into submission. He knew for a fact that no one would send any of the senior Aurors against him. However, as soon as he entered in the parlor, his expectations were shattered. There, sitting on the couch, an eye transfixed at his wife, while another eye, which was roving around the room, was electric blue and obviously magical, was a relic of the past. His face was still marred with criss-cross scars which made him look hideous, and one of his legs was substituted with a claw-footed wooden leg. Lucius knew this individual. He was the nightmare of Death Eaters. Half of the cells in Azkaban were filled by this man. Sitting on the couch was Alastor Moody. Come in, Malfoy, he growled. Don't stand on ceremony in your own house. What are you doing here, Mad-Eye? Asked Lucius. Aren't you retired? The man grinned and his face contorted. Madam Bones call ed me back from retirement and made me a special deputy to the Minister of Magic. Her personal hit wizard, if you will. She has shown an interest in searching your manor, and here I am. This is harassment, Lucius said. I have remained clean since the war. There is nothing to show that I am involved in anything wrong. That is for me to decide, he growled. Now deactivate the wards inside the house so we can search the entirety of manor. And deactivate the wards which would harm anyone if they tried to resist you, or we will send for a strike force from the Ministry. Lucius could see his plans going down the drain. Alastor Moody wasn't someone he could intimidate into submission. He nodded to Narcissa, who was looking at him, and she retreated. He then turned to Moody. She has gone to set the wards as you said. What else you want me to do? Call all you house elves here and order them to stay in this room during the time we are here, Moody said. No one will come or leave the manor while we are here. Disable flow in the entire manor except your office, where you and your wife will remain. Malfoy raised his voice and called loudly, Moxie, Dobby, Crike, Trotta. As the elves appeared, he addressed them. Whilst the Aurors are in the manor, you all will remain in this room. No one is to move a muscle during this time. And send you mistress to the office when she comes back. As Professor Dumbledore had announced to you all, I am drawing lots for captains of the teams in the night Quidditch. Since there are 70 students who have given their names, I have decided to form 14 teams, and accordingly 14 captains are to be selected. This game will differ from the ordinary Quidditch match because there will be only 5 players per team. Each team shall have 2 beaters, 2 chasers and a keeper and... Professor, what about a seeker? Cedric asked, how a match will be decided if there is snitch to be caught and end the match. McGonagall glared at him. There will be no snitch because no snitch can be charmed to work in dark of night. Each match shall be an hour long and the team which scores the most will win. Now as to the selection of the teams. She pointed to a massive glass jar sitting before her on her table containing scraps of parchment. The names of the captains have been already picked out in advance. After the captains are announced, each captain shall proceed to the glass ball and pick a scrap of parchment. Now I am going to announce the captains. The first captain is Oliver Wood, followed by Cedric Diggory, Roger Davies, Adrian Pusey, Angelina Johnson, Maxine O'Flaherty, Duncan Ingleby, Cassius Warrington, Fred Weasley, Randolph Burrow, Miles Bletchley, Graham McDougall, George Weasley and Graham Montague. There was a lot of grumbling at this as the Gryffindor twins were made captains to different teams. Shortly thereafter, Oliver Wood was the first to pick a name, and the name that he pulled out of the glass ball delighted him. Alicia Spinnet. However, his delight was nothing compared to Adrian Pusey, who yelled at the top of his lungs, Hadrian Potter Black. After about an hour, the teams were selected and there was representation of all the houses in almost every team. The weather was waning and summer was giving way to winter, and the castle was caught in a bout of influenza. However, there was nothing that Pepper-Up Potion couldn't cure. Among other things, Harry also had his eyes on Ginevra Weasley, who, opposed to other Weasleys, was an introvert. Harry hadn't seen her interact with anyone, not even her fellow first-year students. That was certainly unusual. While the flu was going around, Oliver Wood was relentless and scheduled practices every time that he could arrange. The team members groaned, complained that they hadn't been properly dry for days since rain fell often than not, but Wood was unrelenting. Filch was also suffering the influenza and having a runny nose, and was short-tempered at anyone who he could find littering anyway. He would snap at students, try to put them in detention and harass them any way he could. It had led to a lot of complaints being made against him to the teachers. That day, the Quidditch training had gone for long. Oliver had them practicing for about 3 hours before he was satisfied that they were performing to the best of their abilities. No matter how hard it rained or how sore they became sitting atop their brooms, getting drenched in rain, but Wood was focused on getting through all the new strategies that he had devised. After he allowed them to go, Harry lugged his broom on his shoulder and trotted off in a brisk walk towards the castle. He mindlessly was walking towards the Gryffindor Tower and he came upon nearly headless Nick, who was holding an ethereal parchment in his hands and staring off in the distance. "Nick," Harry called, "something the matter?" "Harry, everything is all right," Nick said. "Just a bit of bad news that I was expecting anyway. Is there anything I can do?" "No," Nick said morosely, "I have been rejected again from joining the Headless Hunt." Headless Hunt? Yes. It is a group of decapitated ghosts who were beheaded when they were alive, and they go about places, showing off, doing tricks and things like that. For the last 500 years that I have been dead, I have tried to join them exactly 500 times, and every time my application was rejected. Sir Properly Decapitated Podmore has again rejected my application because my neck hangs from a few sinews, Nick said sourly. "Why would you want to join them?" Harry asked. "We ghosts have no entertainment in our afterlives or any purpose," Nick said. "We merely exist, and it bothers me that all I do is floating from here to there and occasionally following Dumbledore's orders. I wanted to join the hunt to have a purpose to my afterlife." About then, Harry noticed the infernal cat Mrs. Norris coming around the corner. "Harry, get going," said Nick. "If she is here, Filch will be behind. And you have a mud trail behind you." However, Nick's warning was too late, because merely a second later, there was a wheezing and panting sound, and the caretaker came hobbling around. "Now I have caught you, brat," Filch sneered. "You all have no sympathy for others, making mischief and causing more trouble for me. I will have you hung by your toes in the dungeons. You can report me to one of the professors for detention," Harry said. "By yourself you cannot force a detention on me. I can award detention to students on my discretion on such small misdemeanors," the caretaker said nastily. "The headmaster has given me this power." Shame he did not allow me to use the chains as were done in the old days. Get done with your paperwork, Mr. Filch, Harry said irritably. I have to go to my dorm. Filch shuffled him towards his office. They had only reached his office and Filch was getting comfortable in his chair when there was a loud boom. The blast was so loud that the tremors could be felt in his office. Filch, who had only written Harry's name in the detention form, stood up and roared loudly. Peeves, will you expelled now? Don't go anywhere, Brad, and don't touch anything, Filch said as he was leaving the office to go chase Peeves. As Filch left, Harry was inspecting his table and found an envelope on the table addressed to him from Quickspell. Harry had heard about Quickspell. They purportedly run a business to help people learn casting. However, what Filch did not know was that the course of Quickspell wouldn't work on squibs. It was meant for people who were witches and wizards or could hold a wand. Sadly, Filch was none of those. He looked around in his office and waited patiently for Filch to return. Filch returned about 15 minutes later, grumbling, I will have him expelled this time, causing mayhem and chaos. Harry, who had been inspecting the parchment, hastily slid it on the table, but Filch had noticed that the envelope wasn't in the place he had left. He glared at Harry. Did you read my envelope, brat? Harry scowled. The envelope is still sealed. You can check for yourself. And it is not like that course can help you, Mr. Filch, as you well know. Go away, Filch said snidely, thinking Harry had seen the envelope. And don't dare to talk about the envelope to anyone. Harry chose not to say anything. As he were walking to the upper levels, he heard someone calling him, Hey Harry, Harry. He turned and found Susan Bones coming out of one of the unused classrooms. Hey Susan, anything I can do for you? He asked her. Did it work? She asked. I saw Filch harassing you and I thought maybe I could help you. You caused that distraction. Yes. I was coming to find you and I saw him harassing you. I asked Ernie and Justin for help, who toppled several of the suit of armors around the castle and even dropped down a few statues. Well, I am grateful, Harry said. Wait. You said you were come to find me. Any reason? Yes. Dumbledore has assigned our detentions. I'll have to report to Professor Sprout in the greenhouses and you have to attend the detention with Lockhart. She said the last line with grimace. Harry scowled. Has the headmaster finally lost all his marbles? He is assigning me detention with that phony excuse of a wizard. She grinned. At least I can't complain. See you later, Harry, and don't forget that you owe me one for this. I won't, he reassured her. Malfoy Manor raided. Yesterday, a team of Aurors led by former Auror and Special Deputy to the Minister of Magic, Alistair Moody, raided the residence of the House of Malfoy. The raid was conducted in accordance with the new Muggle protection laws that were passed this summer. Acting on a tip-off, the former Auror had his team look for a cellar in the manor which was found in their living room. In the said cellar, many objects of dark origins were found and confiscated by the Aurors, including some artifacts which are of historic value and had been missing for so long that they were deemed lost. Official notice has been served upon Lord Malfoy requiring him to provide an explanation in 2 weeks before a committee made up of the minister and the head of DMLE. Harry read the news with glee as he looked at Draco, who was sitting on his table at breakfast, as others shot him furtive looks. Harry knew others were thinking about how he had bragged about his family during the past year and now all that reputation was going to be in tatters. He also wondered if there was something that could be done to cause more harm to the Malfoy reputation. Malfoy was looking a sickly shade of green and avoided looking at anyone. The way the Malfoy scion glared at others around him, Harry was sure that he wasn't doing any favors to himself by being at loggerheads with others. Alistair, take a seat, said Madame Bones. Good work at the Malfoys. Now, is there anything else that you would like to tell me? When I got the message that you wanted me to come out of retirement, I was really surprised, because I know once you had advocated hard for sending me into retirement because I had grown too paranoid. But I have known better since then. I won't say that I have been able to lower my guard around people, but I have learned to live without searching for a hidden wand in every corner. When the slimy-faced blonde Git Malfoy walked away after the end of the war, I wanted to wring Bagnold's neck and to drag that twerp to Azkaban if that was the last thing that I'd do. Rating his manner and seeing him go pale on realizing that I am leading it felt so satisfying. But there was something that caught my attention, and after the raid I had Robards summon the records about Malfoy's wealth. As I suspected, he is hiding a lot more than he ever lets on. What do you mean? His taxes are paid regularly, she said, and the ministry had verified his claims of his wealth last year. That worthless piece of trash didn't tell everything, Moody growled, back at his manor. I had noticed a statement of account in his office from the gnomes. Now I had Robards inquire into it, and there are no records of a Malfoy account with the gnomes in the ministry. Her eyes lit in excitement. So, what are you saying? Have one of your underlings send official communication to Switzerland directing them to compel the gnomes to give all records of Malfoy account with them. I will get on it right now, she said, sending an inter-office memo to Barty Crouch Sr., who was responsible for international magical cooperation. Welcome, Gawain, said Lord Black. Thank you for coming on such a short notice. It is no trouble, Lord Black, Robards said. However, I must tell you that I can't take part in something with you that would be prejudicial to the interests of ministry or violate my vows of office. I know how honorable you are, Arcturus said. I won't be asking you to do any such thing. Allow me to be blunt, Lord Black. I have heard and known things about you that few people do. I know you for a fighter and my mentor. For a time when you agreed to give me some training when I was recruited, and you don't do anything without reason. How is Nymphadora doing in training? She is excellent recruit. Her biggest drawback is that she can't do stealth and tracking because she is dead clumsy. I mean, I understand that she is a metamorphagus and will always have balance issues, so she isn't any good at stealth, but other than that, she is a very competent witch and brings glory to the name of Black. She is a competent duelist with impressive spell repertoire, and she will be one of our top warriors someday if she were trained the old way. Thank you for telling me that, Gawain, but that is not why I have called you here for. I know for a fact that you have raided Malfoy Manor recently. I was interested in knowing what all you have found in that cellar. You did find the cellar, right? Robards grinned. Oh, we found a great deal in that place. The whole place seems like dark arts are imbued into its very foundation. From what I have read, we wouldn't have found the cellar if not for Alistair Moody. He used his magical eye to scan through the floor and find the concealed entrance to the cellar. In the cellar we found a lot of dark objects which he couldn't explain satisfactorily except saying they were his inheritance. Also, we found books on blood and soul magic which are not allowed to be possessed by anyone in Great Britain. He is looking at 5 years in Azkaban just for being in possession of the books. The inheritance bit will be hard to explain but not impossible, Robards said. We are actually hoping to get him on possession of banned items. Thank you for telling me, Arcturus said. There is nothing more that I want to know about him. Lucius Malfoy sat with his head in his hands. The last few days had been very hard on him. He had no idea how things turned this way. The Aurors had found a lot of questionable things in his manor. Especially in that cellar. He had been continuously selling stuff from the cellar to Borgin at Borgin and Burke, but yet a lot remained. Now he had been issued a notice by the Ministry of Magic to present his case before the head of DMLE, Rufus Scrimgeour, or financial sanctions will be imposed on his house. The damnable article in the Prophet had already hurt his reputation. Damaging it and any further debacle would tank their reputation. He fervently prayed that some unexpected help would come for him from some quarters. He didn't have had the clout anymore to cause trouble for the ministry. The inquiry into Cornelius Fudge was still ongoing and he was thoroughly being investigated in relation to the same. There was a peck on the window in his study and he looked to find a night black owl on the ledge which he opened with a flick of his wand. The owl landed before him and he noticed that it was from Lord Black. Frowning at what the elderly wizard would want from him, he opened the letter. Malfoy, I am writing this letter to you with great regret because it is my fondest wish that I'd have nothing to do with you in the future, yet here I am. I have wrote about the Auror raid on Malfoy Manor and I am enraged on their audacity. We are not on best terms and we may never be, yet this attack on one of our own wouldn't be tolerated. I know of your troubles with the ministry and I can rescue you from those troubles, but I want a price for the same. If you wish to save whatever sense of honor you have left, be there in the Olive King at 5 this Friday. Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black. The letter was a surprise for him. He had no idea what Lord Black wanted from him now. He knew that his offer of help wouldn't come without strings attached. However, any help right now was welcome. Even if Lord Black had nothing, he had a lot of political capital and Lucius could do with some of that capital. Chapter 8. Harry, Lockhart said beaming. I am glad they sent you to do your detention with me. What do I have to do? Harry asked Riley. It was after dinner and Harry was reporting to Lockhart's office for his detention. He also knew that McGonagall had refused to supervise his detention and therefore, he was stuck with the Ponce Lockhart. McGonagall was very disappointed with him because he had raised the bar of his mischief this year. She had secretly hoped that Harold Potter Black would be like his mother, but every day he was proving that he took after his father. Harry was studious and she knew it. Even if he did not score the highest marks in class, that was because he valued secrecy above grades. In fact, for someone who was in his position, being an heir of 2 prominent houses and standing to inherit untold amounts of wealth, he was rather modest. Unlike some students, he didn't flaunt his wealth or his prowess but tried to live comfortably in the background much as the Potters had always done. Even she didn't know where Lord Black had raised him. Since coming to Hogwarts, I am not able to reply to my fan mail as much as I would like. This evening, you shall assist with clearing up the backlog. Lockhart said, all you have to do is just scrawl my name on the letters. Harry snarled internally. This useless Ponce had cajoled him into doing something that he had no plans of doing. Knowing he had no other option, he sat down on a chair and started to sign the letters. Fame is a fickle friend, Harry, Lockhart was saying. It isn't easy to keep your fame because people's opinions change every day. I have to work very hard to maintain this fame. Hearing him drone on and on about fame, Harry finally snapped, I don't care about your advice. I don't want any fame and I certainly don't need any advice from you. I am only imparting my wisdom because I know how people look at you and I know the perils of being a celebrity. Seeing me as a celebrity, you might be thinking of your own fame. Harry roared in anger. How dare you? How dare you think so? I am infamous for something that I don't even remember doing. For the night when my parents were murdered. And you think you know about being a celebrity? I was raised thousands of kilometers away from here so Death Eaters couldn't hunt me down and kill me. Wherever I go, people fall all over themselves to thank me for something I don't even remember doing. You don't know anything about me. Calm down, my boy. I was only, look, my godfather has already told me how vain you are. And I don't care what you have done. Leave me alone and stop trying to look as if you know me better than anyone. Lockhart was stunned into silence. Although he knew what he really was, he believed that everybody bought his act and thought that everybody looked up to him. However, this 12-year-old just threw an icy cold bucket of reality on that delusion. Harry threw down the peacock quill that Lockhart had given him to sign. I am done with this detention. You can report me to McGonagall if you wish to. Stay away from me or I will let Sirius know that you are causing trouble for me. Having said that, Harry Potter stormed out of his office. He was in such an angry mood that he did not even see where he was going. His concentration was broken when he heard a voice down the corridor. Let me kill, rip, blood, Harry pulled out his wand and walked forward cautiously, confident that he would be meeting someone at the turn of the corridor. When he turned the corner, he found Neville Longbottom coming towards him. Harry, how was the detention? Neville, did you see anyone else in this corridor? What? No, I haven't seen anyone. What happened? I heard someone calling to kill, murder people. There was no one here, Neville said. You can also check the map if you don't believe me. The map is in my trunk in the tower, Harry said resignedly. We will find out who it was, Neville said, don't worry about it. How was the detention with Lockhart? When Harry told him everything that had happened, Neville's nostrils were flared in anger. That Ponce. It's about time that we got rid of him. We can't just make him vanish. Harry said. No, we are going to increase the prize money on pranking him, Neville said, and special prizes for injuries provided nothing is life-threatening. Harry snorted. I have released a monster in Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy was waiting for Lord Black in the Olive King. Like before, a parlor in the back had been reserved for their audience. When Arcturus Black entered the parlor, Lucius stood respectfully and bowed. Arcturus grunted and sat down. The ministry is hot on your tail, boy. They have prepared a solid case against you. Your only hope of redemption is me. And I am not going to do it without a price. All my resources are at your disposal, Lucius said silkily. I am but a humble servant. Malfoy, you are in deep trouble with the ministry. Arcturus explained patiently. When I heard of the raid on your manor, I met the minister and I have come to know that there are many charges that they are going to stick you with. These offenses are easily severe enough to get you 10 years in Azkaban. Why are you helping me? Because you are married to a daughter of my house, you moron. If Narcissa were to come to me begging me to save you, I can't deny her request. She may ask anything in that condition and I would be honor-bound to give it to her. This way, I can control what I have to offer to you. Now listen to me very carefully. The ministry has found a lot of dark objects in your manor and many of them were believed to be stolen from the ministry itself. I also know that Abraxas Malfoy was quite the collector of such items. He may have bought them from the black market, but in the current climate, no one is going to believe you. I need you to hire solicitors of my recommendation. They also do investigative RK, so they will be able to trace the origin of those items and you can claim innocence in the sense that you didn't know they were stolen in the first place. Also, agree to whatever penalty the ministry imposes on you. I will make sure that they can't send you to Azkaban for this. Is there anything that you wish to tell me that the ministry doesn't know? No, Lord Black, he said, I am not hiding anything. You require anything else of me? The investigation into Fudge is ongoing. I need you to provide any proof that you can of his illegal doings to the ministry and become their informant. I will talk to the minister and persuade her to take this deal. I will be obliged, Lord Black. Yes, you are obliged. Now I name my price, he said again. Of course, Lord Black. Soon a time will come when I will table motions before the Wizengamot and I want you and all of your allies to support the motion without asking any questions. If needed, I need you to speak in favor of the motion. Can I know what the motion is about? No, you only need to know that you will support me. I agree to your conditions, he said bowing. Is that all? How many elves do you have? Arcturus asked. I have 3, Lucius said. I can give you all of them. We will see, he said. Summon them here. Lucius raised his voice and called. About a minute later, 3 elves appeared in the parlor, but Arcturus had eyes only for one. The house elf Dobby, like others, was dressed in a filthy pillowcase and was fretting constantly. Arcturus pointed to him. I want that elf. Give him clothes and set him free. Lucius removed the silk tie from his own neck and gave it to Dobby. I free you from the service of the House of Malfoy. As the elf collapsed to the ground, Arcturus addressed him. I am going to make you an elf of the House of Black. Do you wish to bond with me? Dobby wants to be paid for his work, sir, the elf said. Arcturus was amused. This elf was indeed strange. He had never heard before of an elf who wanted to be paid, but considering he was employed by the Malfoys in the past, that may have screwed up his mind. He would have denied the elf's request, but he needed information from him. I will give you 1 galleon per week and a day off every week, Arcturus said. Is that agreeable? Yes, sir, Dobby said happily. I will be your elf. Arcturus pulled out his wand. I, Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of the House of Black, do hereby take the house elf Dobby as my house elf. So I say, so mote it be. As soon as that was done, Arcturus turned to Lucius. I want a written note from you that I can ask anything in the future in return for the services I am rendering you. In return, I will free you from the clutches of the ministry. Now be gone before my patience runs out with you. As Lucius departed, Arcturus turned to the elf. Elf, I am Arcturus Orion of the House of Black and you have caused inconveniences to my heir. Tell me what it is you know about the perceived danger in the school. The elf, for his part, stood proudly. Bad master is planning bad things at Hogwarts. What bad things? I is not knowing, sir, Dobby said. I heard him say that the Chamber of Secrets be opening again. Arcturus frowned. The Chamber of Secrets was a fable or myth because nobody in living memory had seen the Chamber of Secrets. It was heard that back during the time when the war with Grindelwald was going on, the chamber had been opened and a student had died. Of course Arcturus wasn't in the school at that time because he was fighting Grindelwald's forces in Germany. If the chamber was going to be opened anytime soon, then he needed to talk to Dumbledore. "Elf, you are to go to Hogwarts and keep my heir and his friends safe at all costs," Arcturus said. "And do not say a word of it to anyone. You will not interact with Hadrian or anyone else, but keep watching them. Sleep when they are sleeping, and you are forbidden to harm yourself." The elf broke into sobs. Such hysterical sobs that Arcturus feared he would choke on his own tears. However, when he was able to control himself, he bowed very low to him. "Master is very kind to me. Master is great. Master thinks of poor Dobby." The elf bowed again and disappeared. As the elf disappeared, Arcturus summoned his elves. "Creature, Tilver." When the elves appeared, he ordered them, "Tilver, keep an eye on Lucius at all hours. I want reports of all of his movements. Creature, you will follow Draco Malfoy and find out what he is up to. If you see anything suspicious, you have to come and inform me at the earliest." The both elves disappeared and he also disapparated. That morning Harry and Neville got up early to go on their morning run. They however failed to see the shadow which was tailing them. They took 2 laps around the lake, did their push-ups and were in the process of pulling out their wands to practice spell casting when Harry fancied that he saw a camera flash go. He turned and saw Colin Creevey taking pictures. Harry groaned. "Colin, what are you doing here?" "Hi Harry," said the first year. "I have heard a lot about you and things that you did at school last year. I was trying to get a picture of you and Neville, but you were so busy." "I have taken a lot of pictures. Has no one ever told you that you should ask someone before you take their picture?" Neville asked. "Neither Harry nor I or any of our friends take it kindly when someone tries to invade our privacy." They were walking towards the castle as they talked, and Colin was saying, "I am sorry. I promise I will not give these pictures to anyone. You think I can take a picture and you can sign it?" "Signed picture?" someone said, and Harry groaned. Lockhart was walking towards them looking prim even in the morning, and he had heard Colin asking for a signed picture. "Come Harry, we can get a picture together and sign them when Mr. Creevey develops them." Harry narrowed his eyes and growled. "Did you not understand anything I said?" "I know it was the stress speaking in the detention," Lockhart said. "Fame at your age can make it happen." Neville, who understood the Od better, shooed Colin away and turned to Lockhart. "You idiot Ponce, Harry has said that he doesn't want anything to do with you. This is your final warning before I am forced to write to Sirius Black that you are harassing us. Now go away." The threat of Sirius had the desired effect, and Lockhart turned around. As he walked, Neville sent a tripping hex at him which made him fall flat on his face. "Minister, Lord Black is here to see you," said the secretary. "Send him in," Amelia said, and sat a bit straighter. She always made time for Lord Black whenever he visited her. She owed a lot to the Black Patriarch, and she couldn't even begin to repay that. He was also amenable to offer his advice and his resources whenever she asked him to. They had just started making inroads to destroy the financial strength of the former Death Eaters, and Malfoy was the first in line. When she knew of the Malfoy account with the gnomes, she had asked Barty to contact the Swiss authorities and to make them give up the information on the account. Sadly, she also knew that the Swiss will drag their feet and postpone giving the information as long as they could. Knowing all that, she had called upon Arcturus Orion Black about a week ago. "Lord Black, I am in a quandary and I need your assistance." "What is it you require, Amelia?" "The investigation into Fudge's corruption is heading towards a dead end," she said. "If something doesn't turn up soon, it could look bad on us." "What do you want me to do?" "Fudge used the resources of the ministry to erase the records of all of his wrongdoings. But if, as I suspect, Malfoy was quite close to him, then he may be able to help us. You want me to coerce Malfoy into giving you the proof?" "If it can be done," she said. "Amelia, do you want the easy kill or the hard one?" "Meaning, Amelia, we both know that the real action happens in the Wizengamot. It is there that we can truly show who we are or how powerful we are. Prosecuting Fudge won't give me much satisfaction, but seeing the pure blood supremacists being destroyed will. What Voldemort did to my family is inexcusable. I want to destroy him and his supporters thoroughly." "How do you wish to achieve that?" "As you well know, The Wizengamot is deeply aligned against the light because the houses on the dark spectrum often use intimidation, manipulation, etc. for their means and stop any motion from getting through. I want to negate their advantage. You know several seats in the house are vacant because they have no plausible heirs left. Before the war, there were talks of conducting inheritance tests of the Muggle-born, but with the rise of Voldemort, that idea was discarded. Even Dumbledore couldn't do anything against it with all the support that he had. I was not in favor or opposed to the idea, but I was more interested in maintaining the status quo. My wish to remain idle resulted in the Dark Alliance falling into the hands of Lucius Malfoy. I may have effectively subjugated the Dark Alliance last year, but he still holds sway over them, and to bring them to heel, we need to play by their rules. You are the Minister for Magic, so I can't expect you to dirty your hands, but I certainly can. Now I know for a fact that there is a cellar in the Malfoy Manor full of dark items. If you send a team of Aurors there, you will get enough tea. Oh, get him in a chokehold, but that is not the final goal. As interesting as I find your plan, what is the end game? If I get him on charges of possession of dark items, I can certainly get him to squeal on fudge. Lucius may be a git, but he has ice in his veins, Arcturus said. He would worm his way out of that. I will force him to his knees and then offer him a deal. I will offer him a way out of jail with only a fine, and he will give all the evidence we need against Fudge. Then we will start to dismantle the dark faction brick by brick. Do you know how many of the seats are filled with Ministry stooges? She nodded, and he continued, many of those seats were filled by the Ministry to fill in the spaces because those families have gone extinct. If a Muggle-born wizard or witch is revealed to be the inheritor of that seat, it will automatically revert back to that house, which will become active once again. How do you think a Muggle-born wizard will act in such a situation? She whistled appreciatively. That would make things difficult for the dark faction. He grinned, and I can make it happen. Just assent to my actions and I will lead us to a resounding victory. What do we do about Malfoy? Once the Dark sees Malfoy acting against everything that they stand for, they will abandon him by themselves. That will be the start of his end. I have just come from meeting Lucius Malfoy, and he has taken the bait. Ask Moody to call him in for a meeting tomorrow and present the deal to him. He has promised me to fully cooperate with you in return for leniency. And what does leniency mean? You only fine his estate and do not send him to Azkaban. Once he has betrayed Fudge, he will be in our hands to do as we wish. Arcturus said, I will have him destroy the alliance which he so cherished. Amelia grinned. I like your style, Lord Black. Professor, said Percy Weasley to Lockhart, raising his hand, I have finished reading your book about Wagga Wagga Werewolf, and I had questions about the same. Lockhart laughed nervously. I didn't know that you have already finished it, Mr. Weasley. Right. So what are your questions, Mr. Weasley? Professor, it has been stated hundreds of times that the charm can only subdue the wolf and not suppress it forever. Can you show us how you did it? I don't seem to have a werewolf on hand, Lockhart said, trying to laugh. Professor, we need to learn the charm. I have even heard that some of the members of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League praised you for such control over the charm. Can you show us how you do it? Quote, Lockhart was in a fix. He knew that if he failed another time, there will be nothing of his reputation left to salvage. He could have set them to read his boo. But the students were looking so expectantly up at him that he just couldn't refuse and move on. Word would reach Dumbledore, and that would spell more troubles for him. I believe there is no harm in telling you people, he said, placating them, but this charm requires a lot of magical energy and a firm grasp on the concept along with concentration for it to work out. Honestly, Professor, said Oliver Wood, are we Newt students or not? We can handle advanced charms. Or is it possible that you have entirely forgotten how to do the charm, like you forgot to release the snitch in the Quidditch match? The entire class snickered at once, remembering the blunder that Lockhart was at Quidditch, and he tried to reassert control. Silence, Mr. Wood. I know how to cast the charm. Then please show us, Wood said, smirking. Left with no option, he desperately waved his wand and chanted, Mutatio Corpus Lupus. Contrary to the professor's expectant look, there was a fizzle, a pop, and he set the peacock quill on his desk on fire. One of the Ravenclaws tried to restrain himself until he couldn't stand it anymore, then he burst out in laughter. Seeing him laughing, others dissolved into peals of laughter. Percy, oddball that he was, spoke to Lockhart. That was no good, Professor. Have you actually defeated the Wagga Wagga werewolf? I think you may have tripped on your wand and the werewolf would have died of shock. Hearing that, the class, which had reined in their laughter only with great difficulty, erupted into laughter again. Lockhart was getting angry though. They could see his face twist in a sneer. Lines of anger crisscrossing his face and his palms bunched into fists as if he was ready to curse them. Before he could do anything, there was a loud wail from just outside of his classroom. As the students looked around in fear and amazement, they found an eerie scene at the door of the classroom. A woman with floor-length black hair and a skeletal, green-tinged face stood in the doorway. Before anyone could ask anything, she opened her mouth wide and an unearthly sound filled the room, a long, wailing shriek that made the hair on everyone's head stand on end. It took them a moment to figure out it was a banshee. Banshees are malevolent spirits that have the appearance of women, and their cries were fatal to anyone that heard them. Wood, who was at the back of the class, had the presence of mind to send a silencing charm at the dark creature, and he bellowed to Lockhart, "Professor, do something." What do I do?" Lockhart yelped. "You defeat Ted the abandoned banshee as you said in Break with a Banshee," shouted Penelope Clearwater while sending her own silencing spell against it. "Banish this creature." Lockhart tried to cast a spell, but that was ineffective. The students too were struggling against it since the silencing charms would not hold for long. They were trying to get away from the creature before they died. Lockhart was fumbling with his wand, unsure about what to do. "Do something," shouted one. "Use that Merlin damned wand of yours," yelled another. "Defeat her like you did before," said the third. Lockhart fumbled, and dropped his wand in all the clamoring that went on. The banshee could sense that he was the weakest in the room and started walking towards him. Lockhart had retrieved his wand by now, but his hand was trembling and he could not even remember the incantation that he had supposedly used before. The banshee was upon him now, and a guttural sound was emitting from its throat, indicating that the silencing charms were just about to wear off. The banshee opened its mouth to emit the high-pitched wail which would be fatal, and Lockhart could sense that his end was near. Splash! There was an almighty splash as the dark creature was drenched in a potion, and the banshee started trembling as if having a fit. They watched as it collapsed in on itself. Standing in the doorway was Severus Snape, who had arrived with the laughing potion, which is one of the best ways to defeat a banshee. "Class dismissed," said Snape to the students who ran out of the class as Severus Snape turned to Lockhart. "Your students could have died due to your ineptitude, Professor Lockhart. Is this how you mean to teach them?" Lockhart was trying to control his breathing and his heart, which thudded heavily. "I had it under control, Professor Snape." Quote, Snape sneered, "Don't give me that load of dragon dung, Gilderoy. I remember you from when you were a student, and you were even more mediocre and useless than Potter Black and Longbottom." "What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets?" Arcturus asked Dumbledore. The Lord Black was meeting the headmaster in the townhouse. Since having heard about the Chamber of Secrets from Dobby, he wanted to know more about it. "I am rather astonished. How do you know about it, Lord Black, as I don't have reason to believe that you would have even heard of it. I have information from some credible sources about trouble soon to be starting in school which has something to do with the Chamber of Secrets. I have heard the term, but I had thought that it was a fable or myth about the castle. I am afraid it is as real as we are," Dumbledore said. "It is believed that the chamber was made by Salazar Slytherin when the castle was being made. Salazar was known for his more outspoken ideas, which were incensing, and harbored hatred in his heart for those with Muggle-born heritage. When he left Hogwarts, he left behind a monster in his fabled chamber. After he left, many attempts were made to find the position of the chamber, but none of the efforts succeeded." "How do we know the chamber is real, then?" Arcturus growled impatiently. "When Tom Riddle was a student at Hogwarts, a student was killed in a girl's bathroom on the second floor. There was also a message that the heir of Slytherin had started the purging of those unworthy of practicing magic. We contacted the ministry and tried to find the creature, but to our woe we never found any signs of a creature. The situations had become so dire that there was talk of closing down the school. Miraculously, Tom Riddle found that Hagrid was raising an acromantula which had caused the death of the student. My predecessor, Armando Dippet, Wanted the episode dealt with swiftly, so he told the ministry what Tom had told him. Hagrid was expelled from the school, but I was able to convince the ministry that he was harmless and hired him as the groundskeeper and the keeper of the keys. I always suspected Tom and his involvement in the entire fiasco, so I kept a close eye on him, but he was too cunning. He never opened the chamber again, and we thought that the crisis was over. If the chamber is going to be opened again, it will be Tom who is behind these things. However, I am puzzled because, as my sources inform me, Tom has been and is hiding in the forests of Albania since he was ousted from the castle last year. You need to keep a close eye on everything that goes on in that castle, Arcturus said. Every small and big incident should be looked into and not merely brushed off. If anything happens, inform the ministry first thing, and I will have Amelia deploy Aurors to the castle for protection. If you can arrange it, you'll have my gratitude, Lord Black, Dumbledore said. Has there been any new developments in the search for Horcruxes? No, Arcturus said. I am at the end of my tether in that matter. You know Voldemort and his mind better than everyone. It is you to find the location of those foul things. I am ready to offer any assistance that you may require, though. There was a potions teacher at Hogwarts before Severus Snape, Dumbledore said. You may remember him. He was very ambitious and liked to collect trophies. You mean Horace Slughorn, Arcturus said. I know him. What of it? He taught Tom Riddle when he was a student. I have seen a memory of Horace in which Tom has asked him about Horcruxes, but the memory is clearly corrupted. I need that memory to form a hypothesis as to how many of them there are. I know you guess that. There are 6 in total, but it is always better to be cautious than regret it later. And you want me to obtain that memory. If there is anyone who can obtain it from him, it is you, Dumbledore said, smiling. Your powers of persuasion are legendary. I will see what I can do, Arcturus said. Now, is there anything needing my immediate attention? No, Lord Black, Dumbledore said, but there are things that we will need to address at a later date. And may I suggest that you teach Harry some of your special spells which only you know. Receiving the summons from Alistair Moody, Lucius M. Malfoy was standing in front of his office. The office of the Special Deputy to the Minister of Magic was on the same floor as the Auror office, and Senior Auror Proudfoot sat outside the door. State your name and business. Lucius Malfoy here to answer the summons of Alistair Moody, Malfoy said, trying to bring a trace of contempt in his voice. Submit your wand before I can let you through, Proudfoot said. I am a member of the Wizengamot, Lucius said, stiffening. I am allowed to carry my wand in the ministry without registering it at the front desk throughout the ministry. That was when Fudge was the minister, said Proudfoot. New policies provide that while accessing the offices of several people of importance in the ministry, the visitor will have to submit their wand. Lucius understood it was no use fighting with the Auror about it. He pulled out his wand and handed it to Proudfoot, then entered the office of Alistair Moody. The office of Moody was a sparely decorated room about 20 feet by 20 feet. The walls were bare, showing the color of the walls. There were no photos, paintings, or tapestries in the room. The only decoration was a chart of some sort which Lucius could not understand. The only furniture in the room was a table with chairs on either side. Moody sat on one and pointed him to sit on the other. There were also a sneakoscope and a faux glass on the table. Malfoy, I have been instructed by the minister to cut a deal with you if you give all the information that we want. But I was told that I only have to give information on Fudge to you. That was your deal with Lord Black, who has no authority in the decision-making process of the ministry. You help us with what we want and you will not go to Azkaban. That I can guarantee. Lucius knew he had no option. He would agree to this or go to jail. I am listening. Tell us about your account with the gnomes of Switzerland. I want the latest bank statement reflecting the state of your accounts. That account was opened by my father before the war. The Dark Lord was coercing all of us to pay him protection money for saving us from his wrath. He squirreled away the amount to keep it safe from being looted by anyone. Especially the Dark Lord. When I was under his imperious curse, he also made me withdraw gold from the Malfoy vault and used it to fund his activities. I had no knowledge of this account until the war ended, because my father had told of its existence only to Narcissa. When I was freed from his imperious curse, she told me about it, and since then I have been managing this account. Where is the statement of account? He produced a sheaf of parchments for the Auror. Here it is. What evidence do you have about Fudge's corruption? Fudge was smart in these matters. He never really took any bribes directly. Those monies were deposited into various charities around the world which were in the name of various corporations which were a sham. A front to launder the gold and nothing more. I have evidence of all such bribes given by various members of the society as well as those accounts where this money went. How much was it? It is my best guess that he took about 5 million galleons in bribes. But if you move that kind of money around, the goblins would know. How did we not find it? He did not move that money via the goblins. He used the gnomes. I have records of all those accounts. What do you intend to be your defense about the items confiscated from your manor? That is a concern I am going to fight out in the Wizengamot. Very well. You are free to go. I will inform the minister and we will let you know how much we need to let you go free without going to Azkaban.